pledge allegiance.
This conference will now be recorded.
Okay. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Yeah. You know, that gal just don't know when she wants to stop.
Yeah.
I heard the button click,
Yeah.
and then it was like, you started, and then all of a sudden, it's like a 2-second delay.
Yeah, yeah.
Hey, I need
Where's Davey today?
They heard.
Probably be here.
Yeah.
I'm trying to farm, you trying to do hay,
Probably trying to
plant soybeans.
tell you what's wheat harvest there. Now they're talking this week.
Really?
It's
Yeah.
turning quickly.
There is some stuff happening.
All the mud holes dried up.
Shoot, the cracks are that big again.
Yeah.
Okay, it's, you
Good size.
can already see it on the
No,
corner.
we'll just do it when she gets
Yeah.
back.
Yep.
Okay.
It's like the old timer saying we're only 10 days from the ground.
There he is. There he is.
Did you wait?
Nope.
We're waiting
They
on
had,
you,
I
Dave.
had to leave the room. It's my fault.
She had to, I know what that means.
There it is, June 15th. We'll take care of some business today. We'll have public comments to start with, budget work session. And so if you have a public comment or even chat on the line up there, you must give your name and address where you live in Marion County in order for us to accept us.
Can you put that up there?
Yeah.
At least on the line there. Second paragraph.
Yeah,
We got people from SCAD or whatever.
yeah, sometimes, right, but if they have public comment, yeah. Well, go to agenda approval. Anybody have anything to add to the agenda today? Okay. How about public comments? Do we see any of that up there? We have nobody in the building.
No, no public comments online.
Okay. Well, that, no agenda approval, I guess we'll go ahead with administrative business.
Okay. We do have 2 early checks today. I do not have the book for you to sign, but
Okay.
we can do the approval and then I'll get the signature page before we leave today.
Yeah, I'm not up in my system yet.
So it's 50,000.
51,000.
Total.
Right, 50,000 is for road and bridge, the concrete crushing, and then 1,000 out of transient guest tax, and that was for the request from Ramona for their 4th of July.
Oh, okay.
So,
So that's the 2 checks we have, 50,000 road and bridge for crushed rock, pay the contractor, $1,000 to Ramona for the request from them from the
transient guest tax.
transit guest tax.
Okay, so
Oh.
grand total is 51,000.
51,000. Do I hear a motion to approve?
Yep. Make that motion approved.
Okay, Jonas made the motion. Kent second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. 5-0.
Okay. That's all I have.
That's all you have? Well, we've expected 10 minutes of
I'm sorry.
business here. Okay.
Yes.
Well, with that, I guess we'll move into budget work session. I will tell the board that I called the Evergy person, but haven't got a recall. I think I might have missed it here. I think there's 316 number on here. And so I might have missed it on the way in.
Sure it wasn't a car warranty.
Well, I don't know what it was, but anyway, if not, I'll still make contact with her again in case I did miss it, so. Other than that, we'll move ahead with emergency management, department business, and 2022 budget request.
Okay. I guess I'll go see if he's
Randy
out
was
there.
out there, yeah.
Oh, he is?
He was, yeah, he was in the hall.
Randy.
Not listening.
All right.
Good afternoon.
Page 99,
That's back on, still on the other, yesterday's deal.
okay. Yeah, page 99.
Yeah.
I found it.
you sent in.
To get an eraser. Do you need anything?
Just type
Do you
in
need
there
help getting
up at
that,
the
or?
top, 99.
Yeah, hang on a second. Oh, I gotta get that.
Are you starting with the budget or with the review?
Here, worksheet.
That's the budget, okay, we'll start with the budget,
Yeah.
okay.
There it is, right there. I went by it.
When I sent the worksheet in, I didn't have the recommended pay, so that's why that piece is blank.
And-
I didn't have it at the time.
Yeah.
And Tina's gonna go over the whole, everybody's department, Randy, just so that so we're on the same page.
Well, I got it eventually, but I'd already turned it in, so.
Yeah. Yeah. Page what?
99.
99, I've got her. Yeah. Oh, right, that's quick, a lot quicker. Okay, go ahead. A lot quicker. Go ahead, Randy.
Basically, the budget request I put in for this year, numbers didn't change, well, payroll will change to whatever it comes up to be. I put in, I think it was $30,000 less for a vehicle, because we'll need to buy one next year. So you get $30,000 less than what I'd asked for previously. And all the others are staying exactly the same, because this last year, as crazy as it was, I have nothing solid to base more money for, because everything was paid by COVID. So I just left it the way it was and figured, well, we'll go from there and go take the next step. So we'll see what this year brings, and then we'll make a decision.
Okay.
Maybe I should know this, but is risk management tied into this?
No.
No, that's different, that's a different line.
Okay. I don't know, we gotta make sure it's healthy again.
Risk management, we paid out the majority of our COVID expenses through there. And then when we got our CARES Act money, that reimbursed the risk management
Oh,
fund.
So it's back.
Now, since that money was used, we have used some more money for some ongoing COVID expenses. We will probably be able to use the ARP funds to reimburse that. And there hasn't been a lot.
Sorry.
Oh, no, they go
When I see you,
together.
I think of risk management.
They go together, I mean, I understand that.
Okay.
I'm just glad we have it.
Yes.
And on your sheet there too, Randy, you have occasional overtime, and that's what your budget is there for that? It's 4,000 or 5, so much there, total, 2,000 each one line?
I'm trying to find out where.
Budget worksheet.
On the payroll
Payroll.
page that you
These pages
submitted.
here?
Yeah, it says occasional overtime.
Yeah, and that would only be Marcy.
Marcy?
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm salaried, so that would only be Marcy.
Okay.
And part of her payroll, part of her salary is paid by some grant that DV has. I can't remember how much that percentage was, but there's a percentage.
75-25, it
Okay,
says it
that
on
I-
your sheet there.
does it? Okay.
Yeah, on the colored sheet.
It's on one of these papers.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just know what happens.
Okay.
You read it someplace
It's there.
last
I
week.
just know what happens.
It's there.
That's all I know. All right.
Does anybody have any questions?
Pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
I like the fact that you still put 5 in there just for,
Eventually,
Vehicle.
eventually it's gonna happen again.
oh, you wanna cash forward it?
Yeah.
Right, and since Randy's budget is in the general fund, the way that we do that is, like, we'll put 5,000 in there this year, and then we add to it every year to hopefully by the time he's ready to purchase a vehicle, then we have it there. But it does add to his budget because, I mean, he's within the general fund. He doesn't have his own funds to carry forward like some of the other independent funds do, like ambulance, for instance. So,
And what, under commodities, what would that be for you, Randy?
Oh, I
Face mask,
can't hear you, I'm sorry.
face mask.
Face
Well, it's
mask.
contract.
No, we're trying to avoid the face mask world. Commodities, it's just about everything. It's all our office supplies and everything that we do, and now that I have 2 offices to take care of, so that's where those things are gonna go. And generally the commodities, I don't believe we go over in the commodities, if I remember right. By the time, in regular years, unless COVID, there's usually money that comes back into the general fund, but we don't use it all.
further questions? Do you have any department business today?
Yes. Okay. Today, the governor's declaration expires. Ours does not. Okay? Ours stays until we rescind it. I recommend that we keep it in place because Tabor College had to go through us for the public assistance piece because they're not a government entity. So we allowed them to come through us in the PA program with FEMA. Not sure if they're going to ask for any money. But that'd be the 75-25 split they would have with FEMA, not us. They just had to use us to get to the government piece. So I'd recommend keeping it open. It's FEMA's declaration is still open until the end of December. The governor, for whatever reason, didn't convince the committee that it needed to stay. Wasn't involved in that conversation.
This is COVID?
COVID, yes.
Okay, this is not the disaster we were.
No, it's not the flooding, or this is COVID.
But it's still under FEMA?
Yes, it's still, because FEMA's declaration went till the end of the year. They kept theirs open.
Then why wouldn't the state kept theirs on?
Because the KLC is paranoid of the government overreach. So since she hasn't been completely,
Transparent?
yeah,
In a nutshell, that's the truth.
yeah, they're afraid to let her have power.
So, she may ask for another one, but I recommend we keep ours open to protect Tabor College until they get everything done they need to do.
Does commission have any comments?
What further funds would they be qualifying for?
They're in a position they can ask for reimbursement for all the sheltering that they did for the students and faculty, because they had six folks over there, and they had their own houses, so they sheltered them within their houses, but there still was the medicine, the food, and everything else, the overtime for people taking care of them. So they're eligible for those funds.
So they might need it again come September, when school starts up again?
Listen, I hope that doesn't happen.
I'm just thinking the way FEMA reacts to things, it's always, well, look at our 2019 flood.
No,
We're still trying to collect on that, I know.
That's what I mean.
We're still trying to collect on that, I know.
I mean, we can't leave it open forever.
Yeah. Well, it'll close. It'll close, but the whole process will continue on. Because FEMA, that 2019, it closed. Okay, we have a closing date on that. We're just in the process of going through all the paperwork to give whoever asked for money.
So do they have a closing date on this?
if we don't close, it'll close on December.
If you want,
December?
you wrote, yeah, the way you wrote it, had it written in here, it says remain in effect until rescinded. There's no closing date on our declaration. On our declaration. FEMA's, it's the end of December. So ours was, you can keep it open for 20 years if you want. We're gonna not do that, but we left it open that way because there were just so many times coming back and saying, let's do another one, let's do another one. And we said, hold on, we don't know how long this is gonna last, and we just did one till we rescinded as a commission.
So we'll have to rescind it December 31st probably?
Whenever you decide to do it, yes.
I mean, since FEMA's,
If FEMA doesn't extend theirs, then it'd be good to do that, yes.
Would you say that the only thing we're holding for is Tabor?
Right now, as far as I know, because even Dr. Hodson says pandemic's over, you can't get rid of it. But I don't want to put Tabor in a bad spot.
Right.
Because they did ask to be a part of the PA system.
Correct. My question, Ben, was would the board accept talking to them and see if they have anything that they would like to put onto this?
Well, I'm just wondering, are they in the middle of documentation or have they?
I called Frank Johnson this morning and asked that question, haven't got a call back yet.
Okay.
So I'm waiting to hear.
I mean,
I was hoping to have an answer before we got here.
if they've completed their documentation.
Yeah,
Well,
I would just allow next time we see Randy for him to bring it back up. Or whether or not we want to keep it or rescind it.
Yeah.
Yeah, if he lets you know in the next day or two, you can get back to us.
Did you get your answer there, Randy?
I just want to let you know where it was. So.
Not trying to make a unilateral decision about this.
Okay. On the emergency operations plan, we're prepared to send it forward to the state for the first review. We go through several reviews. But I need your autograph on here, Randy, to send it to the state. They changed the whole system. Now we autograph it with you and also the LEPC chairman, which is Lester Kaiser, and he's already signed it. And then we send it for them to review, comes back for anything that we need to make adjustments to, and then we go through the adoption process.
Lester signed it today. He was out late last week.
At what point does the board read it so they know what's in it?
Well,
You can take your copy of that.
Sure.
you board can read it anytime they'd like to, but I'd recommend getting the final approval copy before you start reading it, in case we make changes and they can say, oh, didn't we have it in here? And we make changes. So I'd recommend read the final copy.
No, I was just kind of curious because if they read it and there's something that isn't necessarily right, then how does that get corrected?
They're welcome to read it anytime.
Right, but then does it have to go to the state again for approval if there was something?
If
Or
you want to
like
change
a
it,
lot of
will-
times you do.
It will go to the state again for approval. This is going to the state to read through it, to make sure that we've got all the latest federal guidelines put into it. That's what this is for, to make sure we got all the new stuff that happened during COVID put into it. And then it'll come back, we'll make the changes, the updates, and then it'll come through the adoption process.
So we could change it.
We
After
we
state-
can still change this. It can still be changed.
It's just most times the adoption process is before you send it in for approval.
I know, they changed it. Yeah, they changed it during this whole thing. They had some attorney help them. Yeah. They brought the attorney into the meeting, said, yep, this is what we're doing. For the process of,
Hang on a second, when Tina gets back there.
oh, I'm sorry.
And as you know, it's being recorded, just like her meeting, just so she knows what's going on.
There you go.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyway, you can send that out, so we can review it.
Simple plan?
Yeah. Like
Yeah,
what you're sending in for approval.
I can send it to you. That's, like I said, it's going to be changed, I know it will, because it's CFG 101 came out. It's one of those federal things.
Right, and I just laying it out there so we can see what changes.
We have a grant called CESF grants. It was to purchase equipment, PPE, and other items, supplies kind of thing. Since we're not buying PPE anymore, I'm waiting on one more quote. We're going to buy additional radios that have a higher level of, it's a higher level of encryption on it, so that way if we use the state's template, we can talk to them on their encrypted channel. We'll buy 13 of them, which will take care of the law enforcement in my office, which are the only people who'll be talking to the state anyhow. But the other radios will still work just fine, and we'll keep those as backups and replacements.
So what are the radios used for?
What's that?
For emergencies or?
Yeah, during disasters and the higher encryption, our radios won't do the encryption once we buy it. So these have it's a piece of hardware that's put into it and software. And these will have that so that we can talk on the state's talk group or frequency.
Yeah, this
So we-
is just a restricted frequency.
Exactly, that's what it's for.
All right.
That's
So
what it's for.
does this just be like an upgrade to the radios or all different
No,
radios?
these would be 13 different radios. To do the upgrade on the radio, we'd have to send them back, and it would cost us more than buying new ones. That's how the world works, I guess.
So can the used ones be utilized?
Usually we can still use within the law enforcement or emergency
Okay.
services.
Okay.
When we'll use them as a cache in case we do have a disaster, a big one in our county. So let's say that KDM comes down to help us out, we can hand the radios that have all our talk groups, because we have a different set besides the state template. We have a different set just for Marion County.
These radios also
So-
used for,
Is that for every officer? 13 radios or what?
11 radios are officers, 2 are in my office.
Okay. And who made this decision?
Rob and I talked about buying radios to get that encrypted site.
You got a grant for this?
Yes, the CESF grant.
Okay.
And the money's already in place.
Is that a cost share?
No, it's not.
I'm not gonna doubt anything, Randy, but I think we need to be involved. Somewhere, this money might be able to be used for something else. I don't know. I'm asking that. I don't know whether it can be used for something else.
is it the grant specifically for?
Grant specifically is for PPE or equipment, the equipment at certain levels.
Yeah. And so, that's why I'm saying, I think, right now, I feel like the commission's being left out in the dark here until you come over and spring it on us. So, I think, huh?
It was not the intention.
Well, I understand that. I know that's maybe not the intention, but that's the way I feel about it right now. And I'm just stating that if there's something like this, wouldn't a simple word to everybody that should be involved in making some decisions be involved?
Okay. I've been using this grant since COVID began.
I know, but that's one of the things, we don't know what you're doing. That's why we're asking. That's why we want to be involved. So, I don't know how the commission feels, but I'm just saying that what if this money could be used, if we felt for something different, and we find out it could be used for something different? I'm just asking that, because you can get on your encrypted stuff now, except this maybe is a different channel that you're getting to. I don't know what exactly
It's in the state's template, yes.
Yeah. So,
Why wouldn't the fire chiefs need that?
They're not quite state level.
They wouldn't be they wouldn't be making calls to the state on that level. That's correct.
Yeah, but the old radios,
The old radios are still compliant.
yeah, I mean, you keep a couple back from cash, but it's something that, the fire department's always, needing money for radios here and there. I mean, is that an option though? I mean, if it came up that they could.
This grant will be completed with this purchase.
No,
That's
no,
all, that's all the money I had left in this
The
grant
old
was this
radios,
much.
the old radios.
The old radios?
Would they still be available to like fire departments rather than us throwing a couple $1,000s at them for the buy new radios every now and then they ask? Would these be allowed to work with them? The old ones, the old ones.
I'm with you.
Okay.
I'm with you. That'd be a question to ask Rob, because he'll have the majority of them. I'll just have to.
Okay,
He will have the majority of them.
and go ahead and tell me the short name you got for the letters for the full grant.
Sure. CESF. Charles Sam Edward Frank.
Yeah, but what does it stand for though?
It's the governor's consolidated, I'd have to go look it up. I don't have the actual full name in front of me.
And what I'm wondering, what department did it come to? Does it come to your department only, or does it come to the sheriff's department?
I know, I made the application for it, came to me.
Okay, see, and that's something, we don't know, Randy. We don't know what's going on here. That's why we're asking questions.
I'm pretty sure that when we made the application, that we were told about it.
Okay.
So it's the Coronavirus Emergency Supplemental Funding.
Thank you.
Okay.
There you
So, okay, well, if the rest of the commission doesn't have no problems with it, we can go ahead and move forward. But if you, any other questions, the commission can ask.
go. Yeah, just send out a quick email or something, just to explain what you're applying for. At least keep us informed.
I mean, we don't like signing for a lot of things that we don't know what's going on behind the background, Randy. That's just the bottom line to it. And no intentions, I understand you may have no intentions to hide anything, but we at least want to know about what is being purchased out of it, what all the availability that could be purchased out of it.
There's been a couple contracts that put right in front of us.
Yeah.
Need to sign, and then find out there's other things in it, and it's like, we need more time.
What else you got?
We're also working on the hazard mitigation plan and the consolidated plan for hazards. Debris management plan, we're working on it.
Debris, you said debris, right?
Debris management.
Yes, that's for the road and bridge and stuff like that,
Right.
correct? Okay.
So for example, if we have a big event that has lots of trees and refrigerators and all, computers and all that, everything is separated a certain way into certain different ways. And Bryce has read the plan, he's seen through the plan. Last week we had 2 hazmat spills on the 11th, I believe the 11th was Friday. one down on Highway 50 and 100th Road. The other was 30th and Remington. Both were from different ag services that we have. One was a semi down south. Tried to turn the corner a little too fast and it went oops. And one up north, the strap broke and the container slipped off. And the ag services, when they got to where they were going, said, oops, we're missing something, went back looking for it, and they reported it. So they just ignored it. They
Was
didn't
it both
report
about the same time?
Almost, real close to the
I was
same
gonna say,
time.
I heard the one call, but then I went by the other call, and I knew it had to be within a matter of
Real close to the same
an hour or
time.
so, one
We've
another.
got the state down here to do what the state does best. KDHE, they go through the whole process to both sites. So they're doing their things. It was the one site down here, it was decided to leave the fluids and let them soak into the grounds as opposed to trying to scoop them up. Because if you try to scoop them up, it's like picking up mud and it's going to ooze everywhere when you move it. So you create a bigger disaster. So let us open the ground, we dig a bigger hole, and we fill it back up.
Just on that scenario, Randy, sometimes it's automatic, we gotta pick them up, take them out of the ground, but is the severity of the liquid, does that
It
play a
makes,
part
makes,
in
makes
it?
a difference as well.
Correct.
Makes a
Okay.
difference as well.
Mhm. Because, you know, sometimes you gotta get them out of there, and then sometimes you don't, so.
Right. The Father Camping project is on the move. They did a big walk a few weeks ago. Everyone that came through was successful, is what I understand. We're still looking at the September project that's coming up, September 25th and 26th, when his remains actually come to Kansas. We will have a meeting tomorrow with Father Hotsey. He's with the church diocese, and then Father, who really is pronounced Lees. I'm not sure it's pronounced Lies, but it's spelled the same way. I assume it's Lees. Anyhow, they are coming to us tomorrow, and all the department heads involved in this have been invited to be there. And commissioners have been invited to be there as well. Fire chiefs for there's two different fire districts there in Pilsen. I'm not sure how it worked, but they did two different fire districts there, so they've both been invited. And EMS as well, Road Bridge, Sharon County, they get shared so So that'll be going on tomorrow at 2 o'clock.
Right.
Across the street in the EOC.
That thing ain't big enough for hardly 2 people. It's
We
pretty
can actually fit 18 people in there.
Yeah, that's
Somewhat,
tight.
but we only have 12 coming, so we're good.
Oh, okay, all right,
We
yeah.
only have 12 coming. So that's what I have so far.
Okay. Equipping your new truck, how are you equipping it?
Just with the basically the same way with the lights and the radios.
Okay. You putting red lights back in that thing?
Red and blue, yes.
I think, I'd like to ask the commission, I'd like to have you protected at the scene, but I don't think this commission wants you to respond quite exactly what the way it's been going. And so, red and blue lights probably needs to stay out of it. I think yellow amber lights will protect you at the scene when you get there. And so, is there any problem with that?
If I need to get there a little bit faster than the normal traffic, yes, there is.
Just ask a quick question. What is the standard practice on emergency management director vehicle? Is it red and blue lights? Or
Yes.
still the standard
Yes.
for
Don't overstate something here.
I'm just asking.
That's, every emergency,
I know, I'm just saying,
every
don't
emergency
say
manager
something.
I know that it's red and blue.
How come some emergency managers go get a vehicle out of the, where in their county they have a pool? They just go get a vehicle, take it and go.
I don't know, I'm just telling you, every emergency manager that I know is red and blue. I don't know if there is a state statute that says that or not. I can't tell you. The ones I know have red and blue. That's what I'm telling you.
Commission, we've been told how we respond to these. With this commission, I cannot live with the way we've been responding to this incidents. I cannot accept it. I think we're putting lives in danger, and I just cannot accept the way our emergency manager has responded to incidents of some value. Some values is more than other values, I understand that. But nothing, I see no water carried, I see no, the quickest you can do is get things rolling. That's for communication, correct?
blockers.
Well, not just communications, but, you know, other resources.
That's communication to other resources. That's what you can do, is get things rolling, yes?
Yes, and working events.
So you're a response unit, correct?
A response, yes.
Yes. I think sometimes the states put emergency in too many places. And this is a case where it needs to change. Response is what we do. And I don't want to have to answer to my friend, my cousins, my family, your family, or anybody's family in this county that we have an accident because of high speed. And we hear it more and more every day in our cities, in our big cities, and on the highway of high speed problems. I don't believe, in my judgment, that this needs to happen 20 miles an hour over the speed limit. And I think that's what you stated.
I said I'd go no more than 20, that's correct.
Yeah. So Commission, I'm asking, where do you want to go with it? Yellow amber lights, if you've seen at scenes, protects the vehicle. That's
That
what
would
it
be
does.
the same thing that like your company would utilize,
Yep.
or even the trash truck out on the
Yep.
street, right?
Everybody uses it,
Yeah.
yes.
Yellow caution light.
Yeah. So, I've stated my piece. I'm just stating that I don't want to have to be the one that goes and tells somebody I'm sorry that we was driving at that speed to get to a pasture fire.
Thinking, you know, you knew maybe situations were running but can we put a device on the vehicle?
I think we've intended to do that for speed and everything else, yes. Not only that vehicle, but our county vehicle be the same thing, where we can monitor every movement of that vehicle, and if it's ever shut off, we'll ask the reason why.
I mean, I'm okay with the ambers too, but I'm just saying, you know, if it absolutely has to be red and blues, then we definitely need to have just in case there is an incident, we could prove that the speed wasn't excessive and where the location was and when that speed was achieved.
Okay.
But I'm just throwing that out there. And if we can't do that, then I would say we can stick to the ambers.
I think we can do that. I think we can put red and blue if we have some cooperation with that gentleman right there. If he's going to respond 20 miles an hour over for a pasture fire, think about your family, any one of our families out here. And the reason why, we already know of 2 or 3 possible accidents due to him responding, not but his driving, not but just the vehicle coming down the road with the red lights and the siren, and somebody not paying attention to exactly what was going on. And, and they pull out, oh, wait a minute, there's a red truck coming down. So I don't have no problem if we put them on, if we get a policy written from this guy and what we want. And if he...
I'd like to know if they're required.
Okay.
If they're not required, I'd be in favor of the yellow caution lights.
But I want somebody protected at the scene. No matter what, Randy's gonna be on a lot of scenes.
Sure.
I know that, and I want him protected.
Well, for as of right now, then he needs to proceed with getting wiring.
Are you
Or
putting
like-
lights on the back?
Whether or
end?
not it's red and blue or whether it's amber.
Yeah.
The lights will be installed next week.
Kind of the corner on top or something.
Yeah.
Well, it's-
You got a
The reason I put the lights in the
You got a
inside is
Durango,
cheaper.
didn't you?
No,
You got
it's a
the
Ram truck.
Okay. It'll be just like what you had.
Yes.
We're not buying new lights with this transfer.
We did have to get new lights because the other lights were wore out there.
Okay.
There's, even the frames, they were wore out and the warranty's gone.
Yeah. I'm okay with red and blues. Let's have a policy with this gentleman right here of when they're gonna be used, and it's gotta be an extreme emergency. I mean, it's gotta be.
But then we're gonna have to define the extreme emergency.
I mean, like if-
You know, we can,
He went to the chemical spill the other day, go the speed limit with or without lights?
Don't know.
I mean, what,
I don't know.
I mean,
Chemicals
you had
spill.
lights on?
Chemical spill you need to
Huh?
get there.
You didn't?
There's no lights in that truck.
Okay.
You're driving the white truck right now.
Yeah.
The dualies, yes.
Yeah.
Would you have lights on?
The driving lights.
No, no,
I think
no.
we need to
You would've had
verify
lights on if you
whatever
would've
the
had
state
lights.
statute is,
Right.
the requirement. We're gonna have to follow the requirement, but
If you're gonna allow Randy to drive over the speed limit, that's already an emergency vehicle then, and that does require red and blue lights.
I think you,
Okay, go ahead.
I think you designated, I think you took some action a year or two ago because of mileage logs, so you took an action to designate him as emergency responder.
Okay.
I'd have to research it and see, but I think you did take an action to do that because you didn't want him to be subject to submitting mileage logs.
Yes, correct, but that was another commissioner sitting here at that time. If we want to change it, we can.
So I'd have to see what action you actually took.
Yeah.
But-
verify.
Am I correct, Randy? If you're an emergency vehicle, you have to have red and blues. Yep. You do have to have that, so if you're gonna allow it, then it has to have red and blues. And you've got the purchased them already?
They're all in my office right now.
Okay. I think they're purchased.
We need to look what the statute says, so we know.
But I'm just saying, no matter what the statute is, if we're gonna allow him to be an emergency vehicle, he's got to have red and blues.
Yeah.
So, if you already purchased them, what kind of cost are we looking at?
The total equipment is about $3,000. And then
But that's not just lights, is it?
yes,
Lights,
the siren.
Lights and
And
sirens?
the siren.
Okay.
And the control box.
We approved it, we have to approve it.
No, he's department head. But it was never asked, and he knew that was a question, and it could have been asked, but it's never been asked yet. That's why I'm bringing it up. It's getting-
It's $3,000. What, is that department different? Because every other department head comes over $1,000.
There were 3 separate purchases. There were different purchases. They were all under $1,000.
Well, probably so, because you've got lights and then you've got a control bar panel and stuff like that. So, well, this is something to think about. And I think Randy, Brad and I, when we get together, we'll discuss whether we can come up with a policy that fits you and speed, so that I can bring it back to commission and see where we stand with that. You have any answer, or do you want to talk?
No, I'm just curious that, no, actually, I'll wait until you come back with your comments.
Okay, any other department business you
That's
have?
all I have.
Just for my information, we are proceeding with red, blue, and yellow.
I think it's done bottom.
Okay, so we are
So
proceeding.
it'll be on there, but we'll come up with some sort of policy that recommends when they're used and not at 20 miles an hour over. I mean, totally, for a pasture fire, if that's what this commission wants, well then, that's what they'll get. But I just want it very well known that there's a lot of people out here, plus the person that set and run radar one day on pasture fire. And it wasn't 20 miles an hour over, it was a lot more than that, so. We got a problem, we need to take care of it. And I think we need a policy, Randy, and we'll see if you can agree to it with Brad and I, okay? Then we'll bring it back to this commission.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Hello, Josh.
Morning.
Afternoon.
Afternoon. Morning. Morning somewhere, right?
Is that like 5 o'clock?
Sure.
Okay, all right.
All right. Which one do we want to start on?
Looks like we're on solid waste, that's where we're
All right, solid waste HHW. And said not much. Just try to keep everything the same on that one. First, the contractual will be close to under budget of the 20,000. But I'd like to try keeping that there.
Part of what we pay out of the solid waste fund is also the landfill contract. And so,
Okay.
we,
I remember there being something with the landfill, but I couldn't remember where.
Yeah.
I know you have that part of it.
right, and that's out of the contractual line
Okay.
item.
at.
Okay.
Well testing.
Yes. That task order that you just approved recently for Jack Chappelle, that's where that's where it's paid from.
Is there anything else out there on contract or just those wells? You know, we don't have a budget for that place out there. We got 80 acres or what, I don't know, it's 160 acres maybe, I don't know. Total.
It's just,
280.
the only thing that I'm aware of is the continued monitoring that we have to do.
Monitoring, I think.
Yeah.
But didn't we do it just twice a year, monitor?
Yeah, twice a well. year.
Quarterly or twice, I don't remember.
Twice
a year.
Twice
Well,
a
it
year.
was quarterly.
It was
Yeah.
quarterly.
Yeah,
twice-
it's reduced.
Twice a year, so I
compared
wonder
to-
if
Twice
this
a
is
year.
gonna, is this gonna be less than this then?
Well, he also has contractual things out of there for the HHW department. So I just wanted to keep in mind that more than just his department is coming out of there.
My question to the commission is more that we have some ground out there and I don't know whether we've ever set a budget for anything that happens out there.
Yeah, but who takes care of the fence and the mowing and?
Road and Bridge does the mowing out there. The fence, I don't.
Doesn't the, yeah, I mean, the stuff like that, but doesn't the guy comes in for hunting, doesn't he do some mowing too and things out there?
I think so. I don't know how much mowing he does. I know he helps
And
watch and does a little spraying out there.
They've got a land or ag plot or food plot out there for the animals and
Yeah.
stuff. Yeah, they're taking care of that kind of stuff.
Mhm.
Yeah. Okay.
No expense to the county.
No, not there, no. But I was just thinking, where do we take any money out of? I don't know, that's why I asked that.
That's where it comes from.
Okay.
This fund here, and we haven't had to budget very much because there isn't a lot of maintenance.
Correct,
But it
yeah.
would come out of the solid waste
Okay,
fund.
thank you, Tina.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Josh.
And that the capital outlay, I'll just leave it the same. I don't perceive anything unless you have something you need to add to it. But
Well, and also this number here is a strange number, but usually that's just adjusted based on keeping a mill levy rate at a certain level, so it might change a little bit.
other than that, I don't have a whole lot for the HHW side of it.
Okay. So moving on to the next one, which we have is noxious weed.
Okay. Noxious weed. Pretty much I've kind of left everything the same. Will be contractual will be close to the budget this year, and commodities probably right around that, maybe under. But other than that, the outlay of the capital outlay for that, I'll just leave that one the same. I'm not. We also do have a capital outlay, another capital outlay for the weed department too. So that, haven't really changed anything for the noxious weed for that one. I think we're running pretty good on what we have been lately.
Okay. We dropped to 2020, oh, the actual that we've spent so far is 28,000 out of the 80, right? On noxious
Yes,
weed.
that's through May.
Yeah, through May, okay. All right.
And that line item is where you buy chemicals from.
Yes.
and
Yes.
supplies.
Okay. Any questions by the commission? For Josh?
Are you taking into account inflation on this herbicide purchases? I know it didn't affect you yet, but
If what I have is what I buy it at is what I sell it at. I can't.
I mean, our, I mean, our, 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 that stuff's probably gonna be going up in price.
Yeah, and I'd probably look at that for next year, but I don't, the way they talk, they're not really getting, it shouldn't go up a whole lot more than it already has.
It looks like you're already there. It looks like you're already there because your commodities is up higher than what your actuals are in the past.
I think all that Kent was saying was if you expected a 15 or 20%, 25% hike, what do we do here? Because this is next year's budget.
Yeah, this is next year's, just one, I just have to buy less chemical and, you know, deal with what I have with and adjust next year.
When the well runs dry, the well runs dry, right?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Right, I think that's what you've, kind of how you've approached it in the
Okay.
past, that
Yeah.
once you get to your certain level, then
That's
you're
it
done.
for that year.
Yeah,
Okay.
and then have to
Yeah.
go elsewhere.
Okay.
It looks like the budget's been plenty high, right?
So far it does, I mean, yeah.
I think you bumped that
Last
at
year?
one point,
Last
maybe
year.
last year, I can't remember.
Could've been. Go right ahead.
Was up and then came back down.
Yeah.
This year's been busy though, right?
This year we have been busy with
Okay.
chemical and stuff.
Okay.
We had to come in and get another okay for more, so.
Okay.
Anything else on that part of the noxious weed?
That's good.
Noxious weed capital outlay,
Yeah.
is that the next one?
Yeah.
We've just been transferring about 5,000 every year. I just want to just go ahead and, if I can, transfer another 5,000 into it for next year. 'Cause that's just, if I remember right, this is only for our equipment only, like a new spray truck or four-wheeler with the sprayer and that on there too. So there's,
Okay, we've taken last year to the commission, we went ahead and give the road and bridge the big truck,
yes,
so we don't have the big truck no more.
Just a,
We
what,
only have
3/4
a
ton?
yeah, just three-quarter
three-quarter
ton.
ton truck's all we
And I
have.
have a four-wheeler with a sprayer on it.
Four-wheeler
That
with a
is-
sprayer.
Yeah.
That's handier than the big truck.
Getting in some of the pastures and stuff, yeah.
And then we got a problem with finding a person that's gonna be able to work it too, I mean, work the department now. Brandy's more or less done, I think, I see her name in the paper that she's sold her house apparently,
Mhm.
so I don't know if she's still living around here or where, but.
Salina.
Yeah. But, so, we've got that problem, we gotta find a person for this position too,
Mhm.
They have to be certified to apply too, apply chemical.
They can go under me, but they have to be within a phone calls or radio, that's, but it'd be one of them, I would probably have them go through all the certifications too, so they know exactly what they're doing.
So, this, right now then, we're at 43, if we put that, no, I'm not reading that right. If you transfer that 5, is that what,
Yeah.
it's going up to 43 then? Okay. So, what kind of cost do we have for that truck, do you think, to put a new unit out there?
Last year I was gonna
Big
try.
truck or pickup?
No,
Just
the pickup and the
just
sprayer,
pickup
right?
and sprayer.
Mhm.
Well, last year I was gonna try getting just a sprayer to put in the back of the pickup and stuff, and I think we set aside $6,100 for that. But
Plus
I never,
pickup.
yeah, and I never got around. Every time I got ready to, I ended up getting busier at another.
Where I'm headed with this is, we've got a brand new, or not brand new truck, I don't know how many miles is on the trailer truck that we can haul the dumpsters around with. And so we don't know where that's going for a fact. If recycling comes back, how long are we gonna wait on it? I mean, and then we got 43,000 sitting here, so I don't know whether this year, whether the budget wants, where you wanna put 5 more into it this year, or whether you wait till next year and set with 43,000 in case you need to replace something. That's only 2 things you've got now, is the four-wheeler and the A little, what is it, 1-ton truck?
It's a 3/4 ton.
3/4 ton? Okay.
400-gallon tank on it.
Yeah, so that's the two things that you've got to, for replacement value there in that value.
And you're not planning on replacing that truck anytime soon?
No, I've been thinking about taking it back over to and having it more efficient. There's, I think it was a couple directors ago, they got that pickup and plumbed everything while everything's leaking. They said the hose size is too small. They've got new pumps and motors set up where they can set it in idle and run at the pressure I need instead of having a motor back there running full throttle. So kind of
Just revamp it.
Revamp it and kind of get a little more efficient.
Okay. And you would do that in the off-season then?
Yes, yes.
And get it probably like through the winter sometime?
Mhm.
And try getting that done? Just
Yep.
roughly, you know what kind of cost it might be?
No, I don't.
Okay.
That's, I would want to go get the cost and bring it back
Okay.
and stuff.
Well, I mean, it's in your capital outlay and
Mhm.
stuff, and, if it's an efficiency deal and it needs to be done, well, I don't think any of the board has any problems where it makes it easier to work with.
Mhm.
But, then the $1,000 maximum purchase, if it did one purchase, if it's over that, well, you could be bringing it
Yeah.
back. So, any other questions by the commission? Keep right on there, we'll put the 5,000 there if we have, we may rob it if we have to, but we don't plan on it.
Okay.
I mean, you never know when the final line is coming down. So.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which one we had?
Okay.
Transfer station?
Yeah.
Okay. The recycling or
Solid
the
waste.
Okay.
I'm just going through the packet. I'm just.
Yeah, I'm not for sure how
Yeah.
you have them lined up,
Right.
so. Mostly everything I just left the same this year. Next year, our lease purchase will have one of the two paid off, so next year that'll go down after it's paid off. But will stay the same for this budget.
I see this actual up here, assessment fees. We're at the highest we've ever been. That means we've either got to collect more money from our intake or be prepared to pay some here.
Okay, at the top where it says assessment fee, that's an income line item.
Mhm.
That's our solid waste assessment fee that we're collecting.
Oh, the assessment fees, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so that's the.
White goods.
That's not expenses then.
C and D.
Right, just
I read it
those
wrong.
top numbers
Okay.
where there's all 400s, those are all income
Right.
until you get down to the personal services line, which is 2/3 of the way down on this particular
Mhm.
page.
That's good because I didn't want to see it in our total assessments being up there because that's.
Right, and I don't know that we're gonna hit that 2021 projected amount for our,
Income?
For our income.
Okay.
I hope we do, but last year we didn't quite hit it, we hit 644.
Okay,
So we might bump that down a little bit, just to be a little more conservative on that budget line.
okay.
I mean, I think might be a good idea to bump it down just slightly.
Thank you. I guess, that's all you got to work with right there. That's what we take in.
Mhm.
Transfer station tires, is that income?
Yeah, that's an
Yeah.
income line, and so,
right back out,
Yeah.
doesn't it?
Well, just
In a way.
why?
You got to.
We pay for it.
Paid to take the tires, but you paid for the machinery, and then you also got to haul it away.
But we don't
Well,
have.
but
no-
it's
This-
revenue, because
Yeah.
we chop up the tires and put it in with the trash, right? So it's
We-
part of the
we
tipping
gotta-
fee?
We gotta keep them separate, but yes, there is a tipping fee on that. I gotta haul that separate than my trash.
See, that's changed,
Tires?
because that's why we bought the tire cutting
Yeah.
machine, was so we could put it in with the solid
Correct.
waste.
And that's how they have me doing it down there is we cut it, we put it in the bin, and then I haul it down there, and then it goes in the same place.
Is it
They just want it all together.
cheaper if they're cut?
Yes.
Okay. And just make sure we ain't spinning our wheels.
And they're not charging extra for the tires then?
Just charging you a
regular
weight,
ticket?
whatever the
Just-
weight is. for
Just
the weight.
whatever the weight is they
Yeah.
charge me for.
Just like if we did put them on the load then, but they're wanting them separate the way I understand it, Josh.
Because they'll bury them in a, just all
Different spot.
in one spot, so.
Okay.
Okay.
It's more like you mentioned,
Yeah,
biodegradables in your.
that's why we bought the cutter, was so that we could put them right, at that time, as far as we knew, they was putting them right on the trash. I mean, we didn't know they was doing
Yeah,
that.
it goes on the trash up there, but I can't mix it
Mix
with
it
my
here.
stuff here.
Okay.
So do we need to keep cutting them? Or can we take them home?
I can find out what it's gonna cost whole, because I don't,
Because you don't have time to cut them. I mean, you-
I don't have time right myself, no.
You're short-handed.
I'm short-handed.
Yeah, and you don't have time for this either, but a cost analysis would be a good idea. I mean, what you're paying a guy to do it, what you're paying to upkeep the machine, and how much savings it's, and if it's a wash, then why you do it? And then the special trip too.
Well,
Yeah.
we're still paying for the machine. That's one of those items that's on the lease purchase.
Yeah, it's one of, it's either the tire cutter or the jump back. I think it's tire cutter is the last payment next year, so.
I mean, it's,
Johnny, you're exactly right. I mean, we took it that we had time to cut the tires and to save some money that way, is why the machine was bought.
Well, I think we advocated for taking in more tires.
Yes.
On top of that.
Yes.
Because there was a lot of places in Marion County that do tire work that weren't bringing us anything.
Yes.
they weren't getting.
So then I had a business call me this last week and wanted to know when we was gonna do a free tire pickup. And I thought, wow.
No.
I guess there's some other counties that's doing some of that.
There is some, but they've also, there's sometimes there runs a grant.
Okay,
and
grant to
stuff
do that, yes.
That can do that.
Yeah.
And I haven't been up on that to see if they have that coming up or.
But what you just said, Jonah, is very true. What does it cost to haul the whole tire off versus the expense of the machine versus
Labor.
labor and stuff?
Labor and the extra trip, because you gotta have a separate truck load trip. I mean,
Well,
all that.
you're gonna have the trip anyway.
Yeah, I guess.
It's just
all
the
whole tire.
labor is a big thing, because
Well,
What do you haul them in when you do something like that though?
We've got a bigger bin and I have them fill about half full. That's about all that pickup wants to handle.
Yeah, so it's in the pickup that you use one of those little bins.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Well, appreciate catching us up on that, because I don't, Ken, did you know it? I didn't know it. I didn't either. So,
No, I think Jonah's right though, you know, we do start something new, which was a new service, I guess you could say. We probably should do some cost analysis on that to see if it's really gonna work. I think our assumptions
Yeah.
were there was gonna be a lot more tires coming in. And I'm guessing it hasn't been.
and there's a crossover point to the cost analysis too. Just because it's not a wash, you don't have the manpower right now. So
Yeah,
that's so it could be,
that's probably a
$1
bigger-
a tire, and it's still not worth doing.
Mm-hmm.
So
That's the biggest issue right there.
we used to haul them off with this company, but it got so expensive. That's when we decided to start doing our own.
right, I remember that sitting over there.
Yeah.
Listening to Bud.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I remember.
Okay. All right, Josh, go ahead.
The building, I think I left it the same. I'm not for sure if our numbers need to go up or down.
They probably will go down a little
Okay.
bit. We have our lease purchase payments that need to come out of that, and that is, 74,102, and with 2 payments per year. So we can adjust that number down a little bit, potentially.
Oh, okay. Good.
148.
And that's for how long?
20 years, I think. Seems like it's 20 years, isn't it?
Yeah.
That was for that building project, yeah. It's 15 or 20 years.
15 or 20?
Yeah.
Okay. What else you got?
And not much more. It's,
You got any money for modifications to the building?
wouldn't that come out of the capital outlay piece of it, or would that be?
It could come out of capital outlay. But that's also where you purchase trailers and things like that.
Yeah, and that's,
So,
and that 6,000 was just the down payment for that, the trailer we've got ordered.
so you could put a little bit, leave some in that building line item. Is there do we know how much are we
Yeah.
planning to spend on any modifications?
No, we haven't decided to do too much,
You mean on that metal plate?
but, yeah, I mean, that,
And the wall, I
the
mean,
wall there, what's
it'd be an easy $10,000.
oh, yeah, yeah. But our budget for this year was 200,000,
Mhm.
so there's gonna be some money left there, correct?
Well,
Unless you know, maybe not, because of this year, I don't know.
so I would say that whatever repairs we're doing will come out of that line item,
What about
and the lease purchase payments.
equipment, you know, the Bobcats and the tractor?
That comes out of the capital
Tractor's brand new,
outlay.
Dave.
Capital
I mean, It's
outlay.
only a year and a half old.
Okay.
But we're gonna have to start trading it better than what we do. Gonna have to.
How long do those back wheels last?
On the backhoe,
Yeah.
Should be a long time. now.
should be a long time. They've been on there since we've got
A
it.
lot of rubber
So,
there.
I don't know, I saw it slide 10 feet the other day.
If it was wet, it don't take
And it
much.
was the operator's error, because he was coming down the slope too fast.
Okay.
I don't know, those tires, we've never had a backhoe. We had the Bobcats have always, we put those kind of tires on the Bobcats and they wear out on the.
Yeah, they wear out.
But I would hope that in the building that we have today, that it would be so much easier to push, I don't know, I'm not the operator on that, Josh, but isn't it easier to push in with the Bobcat today than what it was in the old building?
It's easier to push in with the Bobcat right now, yeah. They use both of it, but they prefer the Bobcat to push in and the John Deere to do the packing, because that way they can move things around a little quicker. Once in a while we find those mini fridges in the trash. Well,
Yeah.
we get charged quite a bit down there if we put them in there, if it goes in the trash, so
Okay.
it's easier with that Bobcat. We can get it dug out pretty quick.
Yeah, to dig it out of the pile. Okay, but I don't know what the tires are gonna last on that thing, because we've never had one, and we don't know how the building's gonna, I don't know what's gonna hold up, you know? I don't have any clue on that.
I would think that rock area would eat them up faster than the concrete.
I don't think that's, I know the skid steers, you know, you turn around, they're spinning more.
They're
than-
always wearing.
I think we're gonna have quite a few years out of those tires on that John Deere.
Yeah, I hope so. That'd be cool.
So on your recycling,
Recycling now? Okay.
I'm sorry, I thought that was all on the same, though.
Versus expense. You got 310 for the to operate that.
So if you take all your contractual, everything. Running numbers on the transfer station. Sorry.
That's fine.
Seeing how to pay everybody is what we're seeing
Yeah.
what the, you know, you just run the numbers from the income
And
and
it's
what the
just
expenses.
rough numbers based on what you provided.
Mhm.
Yeah.
It looks like we're a little short, so.
If you're feeling we got a little short, we need to look at it.
Yeah. Got nothing, not much to do with what you're doing here today, just
When we,
something, that
Okay.
conversations have come up, so.
when we put numbers in,
Does that include the tax money we charge the landowners?
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's your
that's your,
income.
that's your top line.
That's your
what
top
you use,
line.
and that's what you're operating on.
yeah. So, but when we get with Scott, these numbers, we want to check them out. got a clue that something's not
Okay.
right there, so we'll check that out.
Okay.
And what else you got? That's it?
That's it on the transfer station. The recycling's the next one.
This one here doesn't show a revenue line. Or is that tied in with your?
On the daily receipts, I didn't have it on mine either.
It's at the top. It's on the transfer station and those income lines. Transfer station, receipt, recycle, receipts, and we're at 10,163 through May. So it's on
Okay.
2 pages above.
Okay, I see that now.
What's the cost per load to take
It's $120 a ton still to go to HUD.
tons? 10
Um,
tons?
I've been running every 2 weeks right now, and I'm between 12 to 18 ton, depending on how much we have. And
$1,500 a load?
You don't have, on the recycling commodities, you're not really buying much for that. I mean, you spent 0 so far this year, and last year you only spent 2,000. What kind of things are you buying out of that?
I wasn't for sure on that piece. I just left it the same. We can drop it, that's no biggie.
I think since you have to increase on your contractual, you're gonna wanna drop that
Okay.
commodities line. And also the capital outlay, unless you're gonna be buying bins or anything, and you probably aren't, since we're not using them right now. So I think that, Commissioner, I think you can reduce those numbers to
Well-
help make up the difference on that other one.
I'm trying to, right now, I'm gonna ask you the question,
Okay.
what do we spend on recycling, period?
So
The only thing,
we're taking in
Trip?
this year we're taking in 10,163, like she said. It's outgoing, we're upside down 7,000 bucks.
Okay, but I wanna know what we spend on, for recycling right now. What do we do?
be just pay the driver down there and back.
Equipment expense.
Equipment expense?
You shut down the place for half a day for process recycling?
And all we're doing to the 2 cities is charging them for the tonnage they bring in.
Mhm.
82, so our overage over the $40 a ton, but now it's
Yeah.
$50 a ton.
Yeah, we
Still-
pay what, $38, $36, $37 a ton, and then the cities pick up the rest of it. It was,
I'm just trying to see the commission, see if we put a total cost to that, where we wanna be fair with this and
Mhm.
what's going on with it, so this is the time to look at it.
yeah.
So on the receipts, the cities are also in there?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I want us to be aware when we get down to the bottom line, have to look for some cash or stuff, like, see what we spend and what the city spends.
Mhm.
And we've only got 2 towns right now doing any recycling. Are you pulling any cardboard out for the county anywhere? If a load comes in, are we doing anything for recycling for ourselves?
The only thing, we've got that green bin, that people can put in throughout the week, and we'll charge that $5. You know,
They don't have to wait until Friday.
Yeah.
They
Okay.
can go up and scale and then throw it in the green bin, and
Okay.
then he'll dump it
Okay.
on the recycle day.
But I wanted everybody to know the process, so we know what's going on.
But I think what Randy's asking is, are you pulling out any cardboard for us to sell and get
No.
income
Oh,
from?
no.
Isn't that what you were
Yes,
asking?
yeah, that was one of my questions, but,
Yeah.
yeah.
And are we contracted with Stutzman, or we're just hand to mouth?
we just,
So anytime they wanna raise the price, they can just do it.
And we really need to be, you were always the one that took care of Fort Riley, so I don't know. Checking and seeing. COVID, hopefully is a done deal. They can open that facility back up, take us back again.
It'd be nice, it'd be nice. I don't think they will, but it'd be nice. Yeah.
I think their stance was, they would have always let us know when that happened.
Yeah.
But
That's
it's
all
been
we've
quite a
heard.
while now, so,
Yeah.
you know, it wouldn't hurt to call them once and
Mhm.
just kind of see what they're thinking down the road.
Yeah. Just get a feel for it.
Because I know they'd have to take Junction City on first.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Any other questions about the commission on anything? Dave's got it all, both Dave's down there have got it under control down there, I can tell. Okay. Josh, thank you. You got any department business or anything?
All good there?
Well, yeah, I'm just, so we have not heard nobody for contract trucking for anything. Okay. Okay.
No, we advertised it, we posted it, and then we haven't gotten any responses back, so we Googled some and sent to some specific companies that
Okay.
came up as local
Right.
companies. If you guys know of any more, you know, let us know in our office and we can send them the information.
Do you have a list that you've sent to?
Judy's got it.
So,
Look at that.
Yeah. Any luck with the truck? Okay. How, that truck driver are they solid? Like, are they working in the facility? Are they, when you have one, I guess?
If they're not busy driving, it's usually, you know, taking care of the truck, getting it, you know, greased and maintenance on it. Out would be help cut tires and, you know, trying to get.
Because they're talking about hauling rock. You know, every now and then, if there was downtime with your truck driver, you could switch trucks or keep the truck, go over, hook up a belly dump, run, grab a load, come back.
we don't have enough of those.
Yeah. Well, something. I mean, just.
He's only got a
Cross use.
couple hours a day, free time. Most times he's on the road.
So, I mean, I'm just wanting to hear to make sure that we're not underutilizing something when we do have a truck driver.
Be a great idea. I mean, I have no problem. I don't know when he's gonna have time, but you know, there should be a day someday that he probably runs a load early in the morning and sets, and then in the afternoon, if he's greased it that week, you don't need to grease it again probably.
Yeah.
I don't know how often you grease the trailers.
And you got a second yard truck, right?
Yeah.
That can pull the trailers out and get it out of the way, so if he's not there,
Yeah.
he or she. Yeah. I just kicking around some, doing more with less.
Yeah.
Robinson Trucking?
You're doing that now, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm doing that.
I need to talk to Kevin.
You have your gold star.
Okay.
All right. All right.
Well, thank you, Josh, for what you're doing right now, and I know your job was not intended to drive truck like it is doing, and be a boss and everything else all at the same time.
It's difficult, we know.
It's not easy, so thank you for the job you're doing for that. And if there's any ideas comes across, don't be scared to get up here and talk to us.
Yeah.
That's what we want to hear. If somebody's got an idea that you think might work, let us know.
Okay.
All righty?
Will do.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Probably a little early again. We're about 10 minutes early.
Oh, okay.
Randy, I mentioned it to Kevin,
Did you?
he wasn't there, he said,
Okay.
he'd already been down that road.
Yeah. Yeah. I didn't know whether he had any, you know, different truck drivers that he might be interested in or not.
There's quite a few that I'd like to see their list, because there's quite a few around the county.
Well, some of it's just that short haul. I mean, they're just, it's not that appealing.
Yeah. What do you do with?
If you run into Topeka,
Yeah.
now
That's it.
Robinson's interested.
Yeah.
But if you run into Butler County,
No.
if I had a truck, I'd be like, it's
But
too
they-
short.
Kevin said he didn't like Topeka because, you know, to do 2 days, 2 trips a day, it was just way too much for one guy. And that's what they ran into.
They're still doing 2 trips a day, but there's hardly any miles, so then he doesn't pay. I mean, it does, but it doesn't. You gotta have something else to
You
fill in
find
the gaps.
a retired guy that do that.
That's why I was
Work
asking
hours.
about if it's so short, and I'm hearing this, well, it's too short to make any money, and then if we have an actual truck driver, okay, maybe they're not full-time busy, so maybe they have to be picking up some load for road and bridge.
Right, we're not loading something.
That's where I was going, just because I've heard some feedback from the contract.
And what you're saying is, we might be able to guarantee somebody 2 trips a day, maybe 1 for trash and 1 for road and bridge, if we had the trailer
Yeah.
where they could hook onto.
We don't have a trailer.
But we don't have a trailer. Yeah. Yeah. I think they would like a belly dump if they, or a barrel dump, either one. You know, if we was gonna go to transfer some sand,
You can do so much more with that long trailer than you can with a little dump truck.
Just
We're on break till Galen gets here.
Okay.
Are we?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
I was
take
just
5
asking.
minutes.
Yeah, but
We'll take 5 minutes, right?
we called her, and she's
Okay.
gonna come as soon as she can, so
We'll take
she
5
should be here
minute
soon.
break. We'll be back in 5 minutes.
recess.
5-minute recess, yeah,
Oh,
not break.
well, then I probably
Yeah.
should stop that.
Let's go out on the playground.
Things on speaker.
Okay, yep.
You concentrate before.
Now I'm trying to get some.
Yeah, spell check out.
Just wait. Okay, so recycling. We take stuff, they charge us.
They charge more for recycling
Than for-
than trash. Yeah.
So what do they charge?
That's quick.
My gosh, how'd you get here so fast?
I walked. But it was crazy because I had some letters to mail and I headed over to the post office and I said, that's right, I gotta meet with the commissioners at 1:55. What time is it? It was 1:38. I thought, oh, well, I've got plenty
You
of
got
time.
plenty
And then
of
I get back
time.
over to the office and Judy calls and says, they're ready. And I go, oh, okay.
So am I.
So
Yes.
they charge more for recycling than they do at the landfill.
Mhm.
But Fort Riley was better,
It was
For
free.
a while, they just took it.
in case you didn't have to pay.
Didn't have to pay. We didn't
That
get
was-
anything for it.
Right, but you didn't have to pay.
That only lasted about
Yeah.
2 or 3 months.
Okay, so what do you pay for landfill waste?
What?
What do you pay for landfill waste? El Dorado, right?
Yeah.
Regular landfill.
$130 a ton.
Figure what?
About $30, $40 a ton more for
Something like
recycling.
that. It's pretty expensive.
But it's 30 or 40 more.
You're back
Yeah.
already that quick?
Gotcha.
Just zoop.
So it's maybe 100 at
Well, it's about 5
El
minutes.
Dorado.
I think it's over.
You're on your
Yeah.
exercise walk, so what you use on.
Oh, yeah. There's only a couple
That's what we
today.
said now.
Is everybody here?
Yes.
So we're still missing.
Yeah. But
Yeah, They will.
But everybody gets it right, everybody's at the meeting.
Am I supposed to fill it out?
Yeah. Now I need to talk about this with y'all.
Which do you wanna do? You wanna do business first, or you wanna do budget first?
No, they both sound painful.
Neither.
I'll do business first.
Okay.
Oh, did somebody push the button to start? the
Yeah,
camera?
go ahead. Joan is outside, he'll be right back in.
Okay, I thought I had stopped the camera. Okay, well, sorry about that.
Put my notes
It's really all, that's private information.
Feels good in here.
They turn it down for us.
It's really cold over in the senior center. I'm surprised they're tolerating that. It took them a long time to turn it on. It's on.
When it comes on,
It's going. Okay.
it's running.
Well, Joan may have run into somebody or something out there, let's go ahead and keep going here, so.
Okay,
And you wanna do your business first? you
I'm gonna
said?
do my business first.
All right, come right ahead, let's do that.
Okay, so what you have before you is an agreement with the state, and possibly with the federal government, about our commodities that we get once a month. And so for close to a year, we've been emailing back and forth, me and the state, in regards to this, because what they want to do is set up an agreement with each of these small communities, this agreement here before you. And before, what we had been doing is that all of these communities had been under the SCMC and the Department on Aging. So they just had to write one check, and mainly it has to do with the mileage for our drivers, okay? So they would just write one check, they would send it to senior citizens of Marion County, and then they would write out a check to all of our drivers. Well, now what they want to do is have this agreement with each of these places that do commodities. They want to send them a check, and then that group writes the check to the mileage. So now they're creating 10 checks instead of one. And the other issue that they have, in order for them to distribute food, the individuals who do it, who are just volunteers, some of them are connected with, like Main Street Ministries now does the commodities over in Hillsborough. So they're a 501c3. Yeah. And so that's not an issue for them. But I've got Ramona, and I've got Tampa, and I've got Pilsen, and I've got Burns, and I've got Gossel. And they used to be connected, some of them used to be connected to a senior center, so they had a federal ID number. Well, now some of those don't have senior centers anymore. So they're still wanting them to have this federal ID number. And so now I'm trying to work with these cities to see if they will be the organization who gets this check and writes it to these mileage drivers. So the other day I was talking to Ramona, that's Billy Alcorn and his wife happens to be there, which is great. And so we were emailing back and forth, and she said, well, what do we do about insurance? And I said, what are you talking about, insurance? I said, I don't know anything about insurance. It's because I'm unfortunately that I've signed for many years. And in here, on this page, it says, the participating organization agrees to acquire and maintain adequate insurance to cover the value of USD commodities in their possession in case of damage and theft.
Of the food?
Of the food.
Okay.
So, the other piece to this is that now pretty much, except for Hillsborough, the day that we get the food, it's all given out. So the possibility of theft is not really the situation. It would just be if they were distributing commodities and a tornado came through or a fire happened in the building and they left the building then they would be responsible for that food.
Could you be self-insured?
Huh?
Could you be self-insured? You know, if you lost it, it'd come out of your organization.
Well, that's what
Yeah, then
they
that's
said in
a
Ramona.
501.
They said in Ramona, because I asked them, I said, well, don't you have insurance on your community building? And they said, we do. And I said, well, don't you have insurance on the contents? And they said, well, we do the office equipment, but they didn't know if that included the food.
So they don't know if they could put a rider on there. Just a,
Well,
Yeah.
what they're telling me in Ramona is they don't want to be,
they don't wanna pay it.
they don't want to pay it.
That rider would probably cost $10. Wouldn't be very much.
Just more paperwork to fill out.
Well, not even that, it's just
Gavin?
having your agent
Does,
endorse it.
does the state wanna know that we're dispersing to each one of those towns?
No, this is a US.
Yeah, because what they do is they send me out a manifest, and it
Okay.
tells me how many cases of each item I give to those communities.
I was just trying to say, can we do it under us somehow, take care of the problem, but.
But I don't know how that's any different than them being underneath me.
Yeah, it'd be right back the same way.
Okay.
Well, could Cayman write a umbrella, or is it not Cayman?
Yeah, just income
I was
to
in
the
city.
people, the mileage.
Yeah.
It's just their mileage to drive here.
So you have
So
to
they,
send out a form at the end of the year,
I
how much
send
you
out,
paid them.
I send in a form every month that they come here to get their, and I turn in, you know, it's like, I don't know,
But it's
it's
like-
$194
Like,
is the check.
but you give them a W-2 at the end of the year.
No. We get, it's because the agreement is with the senior citizens of Marion County, they give us a tax form at the end of the year that tells us how much money they paid out towards mileage. But we don't do anything with it because
Okay.
senior citizens of Marion County don't file taxes. So, again, the issue is, I mean, is there any way we could say to these communities, we would, if that would happen, if it's not, you know, neglect on their part or whatever, that we would, if that would happen, we would
we'll take care of it.
Cover the loss.
cover the loss of the food.
190, what'd you say, 100?
Well, it's $194 for the mileage. I
That's
don't
the
know what.
mileage, not the food.
It's not the food.
Okay.
I don't know how much the
I
food
was like,
Could be a couple $100 for food maybe.
You know, like
Per time.
for these little communities I talked about, they're probably getting one case of peaches and one case of mixed vegetables and one case of this, you know, it's not,
Is there any way we can take care of it, Tina? Under something? I mean,
can you do us a favor?
Right.
Just give
We'd
us
have to
a-
have, we'd have to have an agreement with each one of the communities.
it's, the other thing is that if the state doesn't get this from each of those communities, then they're saying, we're not sending you
Mm.
commodities anymore. And so whatever,
Must be fraud somewhere. 'Cause
Oh,
They're cracking down.
Oh, you can imagine.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, what they're saying is whoever they have an agreement with, which is like, you know, Hillsborough, Marion, Peabody, Florence, because they're connected with the church, those communities will get commodities, but if they don't have agreement with these smaller, and I don't even know what to do about Pilsen, because Pilsen is just it's just volunteers that are just collecting it, and they're doing it out of their center up there, and they're handing it out to people, so I really have nowhere to go with them.
They're not even an incorporated community.
Right.
So
So
they're
it would
probably
be
gonna
more
have-
like, it would be if the church would even want to do that.
Are they asking for their copy of their insurance?
It doesn't say that.
Right,
It
I
just
just
says
wonder
that
how much or what kind of documentation they're looking for.
they've never asked me for insurance,
I mean, because it just says
that you just
that
have
they're gonna
adequate.
acquire and maintain adequate insurance. I mean, they're the ones signing off on it, and if the county says we'll cover it, you know, if there's damage,
Yeah.
you know, is that adequate insurance?
We'll see.
We're like the insurance company, but then what do we have to show that or to
Good
prove
job.
it? I mean,
So I mean, it'd almost take us some type of an agreement with each community.
Well, who's actually insured? I mean, who is it gonna go to? Because they're getting the commodities to.
Right, you would pay,
Communities.
the money would go to the state for the loss of that food,
So they replace it maybe.
I guess.
If there was a car wreck or something between Marion and Pilsen
Oh, I didn't
or
even
something
think
like
about
that.
I was thinking
you
more
know.
about transportation.
Oh, I didn't even think about that,
Your
because it would
car-
be
your
on
car
that
insurance cover
individual's
that.
car,
Yeah,
which I didn't even,
but they may not
Is
have,
this
they
even
might not have full coverage, they may just have a lot of bodies, so it's just what it is. I like the idea of us just saying the county would take care of if there's a loss. As long as we don't, the program don't change what I see going on. I saw it delivered here not too long ago, and then you had your 6 or 8 people waiting for it. They just all went their own ways.
mhm.
Yeah, so this is an agreement with these agencies and USDA, the federal government.
But you gotta list each
That
tab.
makes it even worse.
Yeah.
Which
Yeah.
one is the separate form?
Yeah, and so, yeah, they will each have to, I mean, I basically have filled this out for them, because it's, I mean, on all the answers, I pretty, you know, when it says, well, what temperature is it stored in? I go, well, it's not stored, because it's given out within hours of being received, so it's not stored, and it's not,
You use the same day.
This,
yeah,
sorry, this says the agreement is entered into between DCF and the organization.
okay. But when she first started sending out, she was saying the federal government was wanting, maybe they were just cracking down on them and saying, hey, you don't have these agreements with all these communities.
Probably so, and I'm sure it is the USDA saying it, but the actual people in the agreement are DCF and according to this one paragraph.
Yeah, the organization.
Can we help her? Anyway? Get this accomplished.
We can agree to cover the loss, but
We could see
for
what,
them to get their delivery,
would it be beneficial to see what it would cost them to put the rider on and just cover that $10 rider? Them?
And some of them don't have insurance.
And then it says that if they don't follow the agreement, then they can be terminated, the agreement can be terminated, and that any existing inventory would be transferred.
There's no inventory.
So, I don't think they're.
She left the government.
Mhm. And it's been running fine, and then now it just,
If I got a new person.
What happens
their
if you,
job.
if you tell DCF that none of the organizations will do it because they don't?
Then they won't get the commodities.
you just won't get commodities.
Well, do you really think they're not gonna send any commodities? Or do you think that they would come up with another way to continue doing it the way we've been doing it?
Is there anybody else that can offer a bill of form? Marion County Food Bank or something like that?
But it's no different than me being the umbrella.
Right.
Right.
I mean, I've been the umbrella, and it's,
And that's what makes
it's really
most
not,
sense.
it's not really a big deal, except for a town that's unincorporated.
Right.
Pilsen would have an issue, I'm guessing.
right.
They could do it probably under, if it's, I don't know who owns that center church, the church.
I don't know.
But the others all have insurance
Auction
on their
people.
community building. All it takes them is a call to their insurance agent and not much expense. But what you're saying is one of them's refusing to do that.
Well, they were just saying I mean, I guess they didn't know how much that would cost, and they weren't sure that they wanted,
Well,
you know,
They
to be
should
responsible.
check before they say no.
But I understand, but volunteering, given the time, now you wanna charge me to volunteer.
Right. See, because, I mean, we used to, I mean, this is gonna, you know, there's always paperwork, but like I just would send in one paperwork for all these drivers. Well, now it's adding paperwork to them. I used to send in an inventory for every community. You know, they didn't fill any of it out. They just came and got the commodities and took it back, and then the state said, oh no, can't do that. They gotta each fill out their inventory sheet. So now they're all filling out their inventory sheets and mailing those in. And then now we're doing the mileage thing, and so now they'll have to send their mileage in. And the other thing is, you know, because this agreement is with whoever organization, that organization now has to sign that mileage sheet, whoever that is. They will have to sign it, and then I guess they'll decide who's mailing it in, but, I mean, they could mail it in with their inventory sheet, you know. But it's just another little hoop you just gotta jump through.
So Marion County can't just do it and just list that they used these different distribution sites, that the county did it?
That's what I've done, that's what we've done all these years.
Well, I know, but
I've asked. I've been emailed Senator Moran saying, this is what's going on.
right, but what if the county did it with the county personnel? And they just went all over the county? Would that make it different than volunteers coming and picking it up and taking it and distributing it? I mean, not that we're gonna do that, I just wonder where the line is.
Oh, okay, so you mean like county employees would take it to the communities?
Yeah.
And do
In
the
theory.
job, do the
In theory,
distribution. I mean,
And-
would that change it? What they're
Do away
required?
with the mileage?
Well, this would, instead of an umbrella and you having 5 separate distribution entities.
Right.
You have one entity.
That is the
that just
distribution,
has
that does the
distribution
distribution.
sites.
Right, and they just go to the different places.
Would that be a possibility?
I can ask her.
I mean, it's all semantics.
Right, exactly.
It all comes back to semantics, like Tina's saying, that would maybe satisfy instead of saying it's Tampa and Pilsen and Ramona entities doing it,
We're saying it's the county doing
it's the
it.
county doing it, but we're transporting it to the sites to distribute.
Okay,
We
so,
have satellite sites.
Yeah.
The county has satellite
Yes.
sites.
so the organization would be Marion,
county.
would be
Yes.
Marion County,
Yes.
and then whoever's doing the distribution. So I guess, okay, so then the question would be, then again, would they just send the check to Marion County?
Well, that would be, because that's the only
Yes.
entity
If
involved.
whoever they invented, if that is right,
That's
the
right.
entity.
Right, that's the only organization listed, so that's the only place they would be sending it.
We could still continue to do things the same, we could still pay mileage, but it would just be the county as the actual organization that has the agreement. Not as an umbrella, not each of these individuals having their own, listed, I mean,
Yeah.
they wouldn't be listed as the entities receiving, it would just be the county.
And then you'd have to split up which goes to which community.
Your distribution sites.
So, okay,
I mean, is that,
Your pickup points.
yeah, pick up points.
There's no storage there.
Yeah.
They're just pickup points.
You still.
so is then the distribution site would not be each of these individual ones, but it would just be,
Be one location.
would just be like the Marion Senior Center, because that's the distribution site.
Yeah. Except you
Yeah,
have 5 distribution sites.
Well, not really.
And you wouldn't even have to put in the city of Tampa or city of Ramona. You could put a physical address.
I just don't know if there's a way to make that work with just the county being the organization. It might just be tweaking a little bit of the language and how we're actually doing things. I don't know if it's possible or not, I was just
'Cause-
asking. I'm not trying to
Yeah.
confuse the issue.
No, I know, it's just that if you just say all of the food that they normally would send to all these communities now, I mean, okay, and here's the thing. When I first started doing this job, they would send out how many cases they were sending, and then I actually divided it up.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
That's how it used to be, and then they said, oh, no, you can't do that. We have to do that. So I guess the question is, can you just send 39 boxes of mixed fruit to me and I'll decide
They won't
how
do
much
that.
everybody gets?
Yeah, they won't do that.
That would be the question, I guess.
It'd be too easy.
Because it comes right now with a name for each town, each box comes.
Yeah, well,
Like a
it's,
bill.
there's a manifest, and then
Yeah.
it has all of our towns on it, and then it says how many boxes or cases they get of each item.
And how do they determine that?
It's determined about, like, I mean, when I used to do it, they told me how many families they had, and so then I figured, you know, like one case of peaches has 24 cans of peaches in it, so they would get one case of peaches.
Oh, I was trying to make it easy.
Well, I know, I would like to make it easy too, without having these communities all of a sudden said, no, this is more,
Yeah, because I think that's
More
gonna be your
trouble
end
as well.
result, is that they're gonna just say, we don't wanna do
They
that.
don't want it.
okay, well, I will go
Sorry.
back and pursue it with her and just ask her if there's.
See, involve us, just involve us and maybe try to keep them, I don't know, but that, we don't wanna cut the towns out either, I mean, by any means, we,
But if there's a way for us to help,
yeah,
Yeah, I mean, I guess they would still come and get it,
yeah.
and they would still keep doing this, what they have been doing.
What if there are satellite drivers? They're not DCFs, they're our satellite drivers.
right?
See what happens,
Okay,
and whatever you need, let us know.
okay.
Yep.
All right.
What else you got?
Well, now
For
my
business.
budget.
Yeah.
Okay.
You ready to go to
That's
budget?
all, we have it on the computer.
Okay, all right. So, this was, kind of what I did is went back to good old 2019. And hoping that
When things are normal?
when that 2022 will be like 2019. And I
Okay.
basically pretty much kept the numbers the same. The only difference was, in the vehicle, when we first purchased the vehicle, they said they had retractable tie downs. We don't have those, but it's just, I think for safety purposes, it would be nice, because otherwise what you have is just these long ties that are kind of just sitting out there. I mean, we kind of push them off to the side, but I mean, they could be a potential for falls. And so if we purchase those retractable tie downs, then it would kind of help prevent that. And so I added that to what the vehicle money I had before, because I didn't bring what I had. The other, let's see, we've had a little, not a lot, but every once in a while, we have the old alarm system over in just the little thing you flip if you have troubles and you want the police to come.
Comes directly sheriff?
Yes.
Okay.
And so a couple of times over this past year, it's gone off without us doing it. And actually just like maybe a month ago, all of a sudden, the Marion police showed up and said, "Are you guys okay?"
Yeah.
We think so. He goes, "Well,
Having lunch, huh?
the buzzer went off." And we didn't pull it, and to be quite honest, I think I pulled my trash can out where the wire is and then pushed it back in, and somehow that tripped it. Or it was also raining. He goes, "Well, sometimes when it's raining a lot, lots of things go off, so we don't know what that is."
They didn't get included on the new stuff?
No, you know,
Too far.
yeah, they would have had to have their own
Yeah,
system.
right.
So I just, since we were working on the budget, and we've had a little bit of that, the bid they gave was for $9,600. And I don't know, the Sharon, she's close enough to you guys, right? So she doesn't have to have that.
Right.
Okay.
So, and it would also need a radio with it. That radio wasn't included. I think that cost was like $2,500.
Oh, that wasn't in the bid?
No,
Oh, I thought it was
that was
just,
just for the, I mean, what she sent was $9,600, right?
right.
And that's not including the radio.
Probably one of our new ones.
Yeah.
Match
So
the
maybe we
system.
could use the sheriff's.
See where I'm going with
Yeah,
this.
yeah, because I think that would be, that's actually a great idea,
Yeah,
because why should we have to buy?
yeah.
We just had a conversation earlier about radios,
Oh,
so, and there might be a few that turn up.
Now, in regard to that, I know that there's been a group of mostly the technology committee that's been looking at some different security things, because we need to replace the security cameras in and around some of our buildings. And the cameras now can do a lot. So they can record like video and sound, and they can alert without, like if certain things happen, they can alert without you even pressing the
Oh.
button. And so we might be able to get something better or different for
Less money.
for less money
Oh.
than just put one of these boxes. So I'm just letting you know,
Okay.
letting the board know that, you know, there might be another solution rather than
Correct.
getting the same thing that we
It's
have.
a little expensive for one alarm, but that's. I
But
mean,
also, we need to probably get rid of that old one, and that whole system is in there being maintained and used only because of the one location.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think we're doing any maintenance on it, and her alarms, her thing is so old that it doesn't even look like any of the other ones, and it's like.
Well, we're the aging department, what do you say? It's
Yeah, that's
aging.
what aging.
It's
Good one,
aging.
Gayla.
The long arm, when you're done with this, it needs to go over there.
But,
It's just, it's,
but there is some new equipment out that may be cheaper than that even.
Okay,
I would
and
do-
I'm open to that.
Yeah.
It just,
You
I
probably
mean,
tie
they
in
need to do
with
something.
everybody too.
yeah.
We're
I mean, it would
wireless.
be nice, I mean, when I first started working here, there were a couple of some people coming in that maybe we didn't really want coming in, and,
Be
and,
nice, huh?
yeah, it would just be kinda nice to have something anyway.
Well, I don't mind putting that in there, and then if we find something that's cheaper this year, I mean, or whatever for next year, that if we find something between now and then that's a little cheaper, that covers it, and then we can, the money will go back in the budget.
Okay, that's,
So, yeah, I
Fine
don't
with
mind
me.
doing that deal.
okay. And then, just the last thing, you know, and he'll have to, I think before, you know, the health insurance for the senior centers, you know, North Central sends us, because technically, there could be 4 employees at the various senior centers that need health insurance, but right now, we are only paying for 2. And I think last year in my budget, he just included the 2. It would just be if at any point one of them would leave and then they would hire somebody who doesn't have health insurance, then they would be given the opportunity to purchase North Central. So that's gone up from what it was. I think last year it was 38, and now it's 42.
Yeah, and I think, and if that was the case, if it's not accounted for in the Department on Aging's budget, then we would have to pay it out of the general fund.
So that's my
Okay.
budget.
Any questions by the commission?
I don't think so.
Gayla, I hope it does go back to 2019, we forget about some of the things and gets back under control, but, you know, I don't wanna be the person, but I mean, it's just, there's stuff other parts of our country, again, it's happening, that hope it don't get here
Yeah.
with this COVID stuff, so.
Well, and you know, I think, you know, a lot of it, some of it was my mileage, you know. I mean, I've kind of kept that the same, but it just seems like in some of my meetings that are on Zoom, more people are participating, you know.
Yeah, we're getting used to it now.
Yeah, and so, I mean, I guess as long as that's always, like North Central, I mean, I'm on their advisory board, and, you know, they're now having people come there, and I'm just, well, as long as you're offering a Zoom, I'm just staying here.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that, I don't have a problem with
We
that.
like the attorneys we talked to yesterday.
Sorry.
It's great. You don't have to drive all the way to your courthouse.
Well, I know, and so in one sense, it's, you know, and I can sit in my office and, just do that, and Linnell can answer the phones, and,
You save half a day.
yeah,
Yeah, that's the biggest thing.
yeah.
So, back on the other thing.
Okay.
Is it okay if, I mean, I can get a hold of K-Camp and see if as, you know, in this situation, if we can add something or consider that the county is covering that. And then, I don't know if then we just provide them a letter that says that, you know, this is covered this way.
Yeah, for each
I
one
mean,
of
I
them.
can check on that
Yeah.
too, if the,
Okay, but I'll speak, Brandy Gillespie is the person out of Salina who I correspond with, but I will definitely check that out and see if that, and I also, there's her supervisor who seemed to understand this, you know, I'm going, you know, these are just people out of the goodness of their heart just
Yeah.
doing this, and
For
so
small
now,
towns.
yeah, and you're just, and now that's not gonna be available, and she goes, oh, no, I understand, we'll figure it out.
Well, there's a commission member down here with his mother that she comes down here and gets Burex and delivers back to Tampa, and that's her that's another good person that just does it,
Yeah,
and that's what you got going forever, all of that too.
yeah.
And
Well, K-Camp may have actually heard about it from other counties. Other counties gotta be going through the same struggle.
Yeah.
They may be hearing us
Especially
quite a
smaller
bit.
counties.
I mean, certainly other counties are figuring something out. It's worth asking.
I'll do that, and you can do your asking on your end, and we'll get back to you.
Okay, thank
Thank
you
you,
very
Gail.
much. Uh-huh.
That was an awful long time. It is one of the things that we see.
I know. Somebody got a new job. It gets right down to it. There's a new department.
Once they move on, then
Yeah. Some young college graduates right now.
That's how you
gotta-
handle it. You're supposed to make sure that you're needed in your position. So
Mhm.
you have to make sure you make it as complicated as possible, so not only all your higher ups think, oh, well, we can't do this, we gotta have that person in place.
Just a creation of more bureaucracy.
Yes.
Oh, Mr. Rod Crowder.
Ends up being the deep.
Where's your entourage?
Are we ready?
They're coming.
Yeah.
There they
They're
are.
coming. You got that
I
back?
got backup.
Okay.
You
Yeah.
pick yours.
Every year you bring the same ones. Don't you want to change them every once in a while? No?
Well, I kind of like the faces.
Okay.
You know, those that know more.
Answer the questions, huh?
That's right, they can give you a specific answer sometimes better than me. So, anyway, I'm here. You wanna know about budgets, I guess we'll start with communication. If you got anything to go with before I get started?
Do you have any business that you want to talk about?
Not really.
Okay.
Well, yeah, I
He
guess
said
I
that
do.
you want to.
See that look?
Yeah, I guess I do.
Okay.
As part of the budget, on personnel, we are struggling in the jail. We are struggling in the jail with personnel. A large percentage of our clientele has mental or psychological concerns, which in turn causes the staff to focus in like one or two people versus the entire facility, and it really takes away our ability to function properly. I don't know where the personnel side is on jail. That's kind of over this world. I would ask for two to help with that process. But that would be on the jail side of the budget thing. The personnel, that budget's personnel generally comes from over here where they can give you a better number than I can.
Can I clarify what you're asking? So
Yeah.
you're asking for,
To jail.
right, and you have one now, so it would be, you're asking for two
Well,
additional.
total.
Two
total.
brand new in addition. Okay.
Yeah, we don't have one now. But we've been trying.
So you're actually looking for three, is what you're saying, if you have a jail
No,
shortage.
two. I want two additional from where we are staffed at this point. Yeah, we're one missing one right now, I guess I should say. So I want that one plus the
So
one.
it's three. Well, if you're missing one.
We have four staff right now.
No.
I'm only asking for
We're asking
two.
that to go to 6.
Okay.
I'm only asking for two.
Okay, that's what I was trying to figure out.
Yeah.
They have specially trained,
Jail.
Pardon?
This is jail.
specially trained or
Yes.
anything, or just,
I'd love trained, but,
just to hold their hand? I mean,
yeah, I would love to have trained personnel, but those are,
can't afford to.
they're underneath that 4-leaf clover, and I'm still looking for that, so,
Just off the wall, we have plenty of problems getting plenty of personnel for other departments. And what I'm gonna ask you is probably the same outlook that you're gonna tell me is,
yeah.
yeah, okay. I mean, I don't think we're any different in any of our other departments. It's shortage of staff,
It's struggle
trying to get
to
somebody.
fill positions
Okay.
with for whatever reason.
Right.
You know, you can come up with 100 reasons that I believe, but
Yeah.
it is what it is, and the fact of the facts that getting people interested in working, willing to work is difficult.
So did you include the 2 additional in the budget request?
No.
Or is that be in addition to?
That would be something that
Okay.
they would give you numbers for over
Okay.
here that I don't have.
Okay, gotcha.
That.
Gotcha.
So right now they have 4 staff and they're one short on it right now. Or you got 4, you're not short on anybody.
No, we're not short, I just
Six
want,
to-
I need 2, because I need 2 additional, because we're getting wiped out. You know, I've got people in El Dorado and Winfield today, I just pulled Jim out of court, they're doing court. We're running 18, 19, 20 folks, and that's with the psychological aspect. It requires a lot of manpower in there at this time.
Rob, you and I attended a lot of schooling to build this facility over here.
Mhm.
What was the predictions?
Conventional wisdom was that we would be
Increased by?
increased by.
In so many years, that we would be increased by numbers in so many years. What's it been now, 8 or 10 years?
8 or 10 years, and this was looked at, this would give us at least 25. And the numbers in itself aren't that bad. It's the condition of those people that come. If we've got the number of personnel or number of persons in there that can follow directions, that are willing to follow directions and not be totally disruptive and not be out of control to the point that we make 3 or 4 trips to Larned a week, it would be, I probably wouldn't be here asking that. But in this world today, that seems to be a huge issue that, in a jail, for whatever reason, everything else closed in the state, jails are your #1 mental health facilities at this time in the state. And we are not equipped, designed, staffed for that. And that wasn't part of the jail project when we looked at that, because that wasn't the case. But things have changed since that time, and we have, not by choice, but by force, become one of the largest mental health facilities in the state. Every county jail is the same.
And that's nationwide.
Yeah, and it's not in Kansas.
We have 2 mental health facilities where you can transfer inmates.
Larned and also Longley.
Is there any talk in the legislature of licensing another 1 or 2?
No.
Because
They've got Oswego
it would
down,
seem
Ben's
very
down
clear
last
there
2
needs
years
to,
ago.
needs to be some.
There is, and many sheriffs and other agencies are squawking and complaining of the same thing, but it's funding. It would take a lot of state funding to increase or open another facility, and they're not interested at this point, because they're just shoving it back down on the local level and saying, you can't.
Counties, you figure it out.
Yeah, basically it's what they've done. So,
The biggest issue you have when you send them to those facilities is they medicate and ship out. They don't do anything other than medicate and ship them back to you.
Well,
And then
that's
once
they
they drop off.
I mean, when you're there for 4 or 5 days, you haven't done anything but medicate them and send them back.
they try medication until they find something that quasi works, send them home with the prescription, and
They're good to go.
we go down and fill it, and.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you wait to get to Marion County to fill it.
Yeah, and we have to fill it, we give it to them, and it may or may not be the cure-all, even while they're with us, It might help from what they were before they went, but it doesn't necessarily cure anything, it just.
Gotta keep taking it.
Right, and as soon as that person walks out the door, the likelihood of them continuing the medication is pretty slim.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, this is him again in a few weeks, and we start the process all over again, because every time they come in, we have to go through the same process over and over and over. So we're constantly making trips to Harvard and thereabouts.
Do you have anything else, Rob?
That was some good news.
I had a question. It's hot.
I had a question, back to the personnel part. Is there any dialogue between law enforcement nationwide with all these departments that, in the cities that have lost officers? Most of them will quit.
Yeah, don't blame them.
My guess is a lot of them would like to be in law enforcement. Is there gonna be a place where those guys could go that we could advertise to let them know we need you in Marion County? We don't care if you're from Baltimore, you're trained.
Not that I'm aware of, I've not
But
seen or
it
heard
should be,
anything
they ought
like
to
that.
establish some kind of a clearinghouse or something for these people to have a resource. Because a lot of them would probably say, hey, I'd like to go to a rural area.
I think there's a lot of good officers out there that for one reason or another over the last year or so have become disenchanted, disheartened, unfulfilled, I don't know.
I mean,
And-
even Kansas City now, they're gonna lose a ton of officers. They'd probably like to stay in Kansas or Missouri if they could.
If I had an area that I could go to and advertise for somebody out of there, I would definitely go to it. I don't know of anywhere that is.
If we need to
clearinghouse
advertise
for
for
that.
Kansas City.
Is there a,
Wouldn't be a bad idea if somebody wanted to, an entrepreneur wanted to kind of, you know,
yeah?
open up some kind of a hiring pool.
Just create a database.
Some human trafficking right there.
But no, we don't have any access to anything like that.
I'm just thinking that for all of them who quit, there's a certain percentage of them that really don't want to quit.
Right. And that's the vast majority, I don't believe are truly interested in quitting. I don't believe they are. I think it
Well,
just
I hope something.
comes to the point that they believe that was their only option at that time for whatever reason. And that, but right now, I'm pulling deputies in to assist in the jail because I don't have any choice. We've got to have persons in there, so I'm pulling guys off the road 2 or 3 times a day, serving meals, and just to have a second set of hands in there at that particular time. We did have an incident last weekend for one of the disruptive inmates, fired up the whole clan and went up through a sprinkler system. It's up on that 15-foot ceiling up there, broke the sprinkler off, so we had water coming down inside the jail. And it's all concrete, so we didn't really destroy anything, but it's a nightmare for Jim. He's got to come in on a Saturday or Sunday on his day off and a wedding, and get called out in the middle of that to come in and try to fix the plumbing and the cost for that. And, that's the type of disruptive stuff that that we're dealing with.
Plus you gotta shift the prisoners around, go in and work on it.
The ones that you can rely on to let work in your facility are slim, few and far between.
Less and less. We used to have quite a few, but.
Yes, used to be,
Got
somebody
3 or
being
4
there.
working at the transport station every day.
Yeah.
But those persons are few and far between, hard to come by, so staff is doing a lot of the work that we used to have inmates help with, and therefore I've got to bring in a jailer, a deputy off the road to have a second set of hands in there during meal times and delivery times with whatever meds and stuff like that. Just today's world, I guess.
Right in our back door.
Yeah. And I do talk to,
Right in our back door.
talk to sheriffs everywhere, and it's the same, from one county to the next, one city to the next, they're all looking for help, they're all looking for, a way to solve the mental health crisis in the jail. I think until the counties and cities all get a voice in Topeka that will really listen to this situation, Topeka doesn't listen to the few voices that do get there at times.
Well, I think thank you for bringing it up, Rob, because I think it's something that we need to think about and make sure that our people that we do have, we've got some backup somehow,
Yeah.
get more people or something.
A lot of our personnel that we have are just folks that have made a bad decision. I won't say a lot, some of them.
Yeah.
Anybody can make a bad decision and end up in jail. You know, keeping those persons separate from the truly other side of the
Repeats.
Yeah, it's difficult, because you made a bad decision, you don't deserve to be lumped in with the career person who's in and out of here your whole life. And so we try to keep those separate, sometimes that gets difficult.
Our state representatives and senators need to hear from all of us, and from time to time, well, John Barker's been down once or twice since I've been. But it might be something to think about, to try to get John Barker and Steve Owens and Rick Wilborn in with the commission and you.
Yeah, I've spoken to Mr. Barker and Mr. Owens at various times throughout the last year. They know the problem, they understand the problem, I believe. Funding is just, difficult, and getting enough persons on board to really go somewhere with it. And since the state closed all or several of the mental health facilities to be good, and others, it's just kind of left on our back door to deal with. And we are not designed, funded, or equipped or staffed for that. But other than that, the jail's great.
Okay. Move right into budget here.
Moving into budget. We'll start with communications.
Okay.
I think you've all got an electronic version of this,
Yep.
correct? Okay. Really not a lot of changes in there from last year. Couple areas went down. I think overall, there was a slight increase.
Right, phones.
Some of that was the contractual. You can look at the numbers there. Not asking for anything new, anything different, but we kind of looked at something about a 5% increase. It's just general cost for everything we do at this point. And that kind of covers that increase that's on here. That and there's no big equipment that we're looking at, nothing really changing. I think we're pretty good shape with our next gen 911. That's up and running and functioning good. We've got the 2.5 stations up and running that cost us roughly 56.
Almost $36,000 a year to
A year.
maintain it.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, those are costly items to deal with, but a lot of that comes from next gen or the 911 funding versus a true tax-based funding in there. Really just not much different in there at all from previous years.
Is our income coming in, 911 coming in, staying the same here? Is it on?
So we're not on the 911 budget yet, we're still on
Okay.
communications.
We're on
so
the
that-
communication, 911 would be the second one.
Yeah.
The smaller.
So the income for this is within the general fund, so there isn't separate income for
Okay.
this.
Yeah, so there's nothing new and exciting on the dispatch side of it. We kind of gave you the numbers from last year to where we're at this year, to where we're thinking we're gonna be at the end of this year, where we're projecting to be next year. Really nothing. Nothing odd or out of the norm other than daily operations. We went down, we got the last day. We can see we weren't gonna probably use it this year, so we dropped that down, where it is. Let's see, the biggest increase is gonna be through the personnel side with that and with the basic cost of doing business for everything that we're doing now.
Okay. Any questions? No questions? Keep it moving, Rob.
And you'll see, I think you have all the pages attached that have all the last year and this year where we're at on the communication side. Thank you, Linda. They all had a big hand in helping create their budgets too. We're very good at that. The 911 budget, really no change in that. A little bit of increase again just before, just for the daily stuff. There's a total decrease on the 911 side.
4,000, some change.
Yeah.
Less.
Yeah, excuse me, a $3,000 increase just on the 911 side to fund everything, but, on one of the pages, it shows what the income is. I think you
And that
attached
would be
that.
on the, what's labeled
Yeah.
page 56 on the report. I'm not sure in your packet, because I switched to a
Page
different
56 on the
packet.
report, right?
I was looking at
So-
page 110, so.
That could be where you are, but, so it says E911 fund, and it says transfers, daily receipts. Do you see that at the top? It's like, it's the one I have on my screen.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Gotcha.
So now do you see it? What page is that in your packet, Joe?
114.
114.
Oh, okay. This one has the same numbers.
So, oops, sorry.
I hope it has the same numbers.
That's it, the income one.
Yeah, this is just the 911 revenue for this annual period so far, 33,592 for the first 5 months.
Okay. And our report only shows 32,967. But it could, did you maybe have a,
We may have updated this to the end of May. I think at one time we had one to the partial month of May and then to the end of May. Maybe
okay.
33,592 is what
I just go
had.
by
That's what I got.
the 911 Council, their website, and the receipts that they have on there.
Uh-huh.
And so I copied those and put them over. So that's what we should have.
Okay, well, you only have 32,967, so I wonder if there's a deposit that overlapped or something?
There could be.
Could be.
We check on that.
Okay.
A timing issue.
Yeah.
Okay, and it looks like we budgeted to receive 75,000 in
Yeah.
income. So this is where you're seeing the income for the
Yeah.
911.
Kind of
We
the
get between
average.
$6,000 and $7,000 a month.
We've been running right at 70,000 a year for the 911
Yeah.
income.
It's like 6,600 is about the
And
norm.
that covers a lot of things in the dispatch, but it can only be used for certain things in there as well.
Thing related with 911.
And I think we've been spending more and more out of here, and I don't know how long that fund is gonna stay healthy, because I think we're spending more than we're getting.
Right now, and
Just
that's why
something to
last
think about.
budget, we took a couple things and put them from communication, or excuse me, from 911 and put them over to communications to help.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, they paid for a lot of that next gen 911 stuff out of there. It was a huge expense upfront to get us on board with that. But now we're just down to the annual certification of the equipment. Yeah. Until the state tells us we need to do something different.
Any questions on the 911? Used to be, it was quite a bit higher now.
It's the top two lines, they've added together. It's the top two lines added together, so it's your transfers in plus your daily receipts to get to the 33,992.
There shouldn't be anything on that top line. I wonder what that is.
Sorry?
Technology, I know. But I have paper.
Yeah.
Hey, where are we in it now? Where are you headed now, Rob?
EJ. You got the cover sheet for the jail. Here.
Yeah,
Getting
so,
there.
Okay.
so
There it is.
page 125.
We encumbered some money last year, thank you, to upgrade the security cameras and things in the jail. That project was done. We used the remaining bit of the jail bill that was still in escrow that had to be used for the building and such, and helped also to fund that. I think there's $700 in that fund yet that's just there of the jail bond. I'm not really looking to do anything with it, it's just money that we didn't use yet. Medical is our nightmare over there. The medical expenses that we've incurred, one of our inmates is in there on, related to some homicide charges, is frequently required to go back to the hospital for some internal medical issues. So that has used up way more than our original budget was, which was a guess. So there's more than we had anticipated or wanted to have on the medical side, but that's a huge part of it, but there's a couple others as well. We've had to have medical expenses covered, and it's just part of our world that we are now
You don't
incurring.
have health insurance, I mean, you have to pay.
Those that have
full
health
price.
insurance, we use
Yeah.
that. Those that do not,
But most of them probably don't.
most of our clientele does not. So we do get it at the Medicare rate, which
Yeah.
we have to send it in and get it billed back at Medicare rate versus the full billing, which helps a lot, but it's still
Takes time.
a lot more. And we have to pay for that service to get them to knock it down. So it's well worth the cost for that in those cases. Again, cost of groceries, we've all bought anything. We're not buying today, we're buying whatever's on sale this week from the food vendors. Grocery prices are up, and again, we figured that at least 5% just for the cost of groceries. And I think that's probably on the weak side for a lot of items. But, and then again, the mental health services are a huge issue that we're facing. On the next page is the total budget for next year. Where we estimate to be this year, where we're looking at being, for next year, 148 to 151. We tried to cut anywhere that we can cut and keep this as modest increase as we can. So we're looking at 3,000, where we estimate now that where we'll be next year. Breakdown of our video and our medical costs so far this year on that. And that's January through May. The next page, breakdown of how that number was accounted for, what funds went where, total 151. Breakdown of commodities, contract, and capital outlay. One saving grace that we had this year was that early on in the early part of the year, the courts were not incarcerating a lot of people just because the courts were shut down, and so there was not a lot of court processes taking place. We're making up for that now. It's, duplicative.
I like women planners.
Yeah. So what we didn't do in January and February, we're making up for in June and July and all that. Any questions on anything in there?
What page are you on, Rob?
Yes, sir.
Page 50, you're on that.
I don't have the numbers on that.
Okay.
127.
I jumped onto that.
Am I reading it right on the transports? Are you actually bringing the next 2022 budget down? Or am I reading it
Transports, yeah, we're in 2020, we were at the 3,800.
right? Right.
2021, so far, we're at 23, that's January through May.
Okay, okay.
And again, we were kind of in limbo for several months.
Sure.
The transports includes, anywhere we go to bring back a prisoner.
Right.
Like today, El Dorado and Winfield.
Monday I gotta go to El Dorado, and then sometime that individual's gotta go to Lansing. So,
And we're on the road a lot, one
Yeah, I think I must have been reading it wrong, because I think it'd be constantly.
Well-
well, it would, but that's only a 6-month period or a 5-month
Sure.
period so far.
Maybe that's right.
3 years ago, the video system upstairs, we were doing a lot of transports, like the learner stuff. A lot of those could be done via remote. So that year, our budget was way over for our transport.
Okay, because you were.
So
able
we
to-
increased it,
Sure.
but since then, the last few years, we're seeing that trend kind of dwindle back down.
Okay.
So we're trying to bring that back down a little bit to try to use that for other areas.
Some opportunities for video, but there's still a lot of transport.
Right. Anytime we can use video and get the court to approve it, we are thankful.
Yeah.
Because it saves somebody driving to Lansing, bring somebody back for a 5 or 10 minute court session and turn around and driving them right back.
Is there any contract services for transport?
There are, and we use them occasionally, when we're tapped out, and, I don't have the manpower to do so. Yeah, we used one just a few weeks ago.
I just wondered how that cost compared to taking one of our
What was it?
officers out.
$300 and some
It was
dollars.
right at $300, just under, just under $300 for that company. But they're a local based, well, actually, they're Western Kansas based.
They have a person in the area.
Right.
It's a little bit more.
$300 all inclusive. They don't bring them back.
No, that's just one, that's
One
just,
way.
oh,
One way.
that's one way.
They'll bring them back if you contract with them.
Right, right. That's another $300.
That's another $200 or $300.
Why don't we just contract with them one way and we won't worry about it?
Oh, but can't.
They,
Can't.
I have had to utilize one to like pick somebody up, bring them to court. You know, we come over to the court and then they take them back, but you know, you're doubling your price. You know, it's not saving you any money. You know.
It's probably got set time too, if they have to
Yeah.
set.
Yep.
We utilize them if we have a prisoner picked up in, say, Kentucky.
Yes.
And rather than send one of our guys that far, we have, but, most generally I won't say it's any more economical, but it's easier on us.
It's more than $300.
Yeah, more $300, yeah. But
They probably
it's,
pick up.
You're looking at
$12
$1,200 to
yeah.
$1,500 for
yeah,
that.
sending one to Texas or Arizona, which we've done.
When you transport somebody, what's that? Is that half your day? Is that a full day? Is that a-
When they pick them up, they might pick them up on Monday, and we might not see them here till the next Monday.
No,
because they'll
when you
stop
send,
different
when you
facilities.
send somebody, how long are you without that individual? So that you drop them off?
Depends on how far, but you know, if you're 12 hours away,
Well, I meant to like Lansing or to Larned.
oh, Lansing's usually out and back. I mean,
It'd be an all day.
It's a one-day thing.
3 hours there,
It's a
3 hours
one-day
back.
Yeah, it's 6 hours plus an hour there, or.
You're talking a full 8-hour day.
You're locking down 7, 8 hours, and the same, Larned,
Plus mileage and gas.
Yeah.
you're looking at, 2.5 hours to Larned.
But if we have somebody that's incarcerated in this county with charges, and they've got charges in another county that's on the Colorado border, if they're hearing or whatever comes up, we've gotta run them there, right?
No, they come and get them for
They
their
come and
court.
get 'em?
For their stuff.
We try and hold them here until we are completely done, so that we don't have to shuffle them back 2 or 3 times. Sometimes it's not possible with the court process, but that is our goal, and we try to, most of the time we can.
I have worked with other jurisdictions, generally relatively close here with video system. If they have somebody that calls, say, hey, we got this guy that has court tomorrow, is there any way we could get you to Zoom him in? Sure. If I, well, be like, well, I've got court at this time here with our people, can we go to, and I'll work with them, and I've had some that do the same thing for us. So that's helped a lot on having to go get somebody for a 5-minute court thing.
Right.
Yeah.
So you have cameras set up over there?
We do, we have a dedicated camera computer system.
And that's pretty slick how it works.
It is very good, and we're thankful we get to use it.
Yes.
And it makes our life easier. We don't have to walk them across the street.
Camera
as
you're
much
using
as
right here is the same thing I got from my dad.
We used to.
You can see how, I mean, it's a very clear picture.
We used to walk 3, 4, 5 across the street every day, or, for court. And, every time you have one outside of their cell, it's just one more chance for something to go wrong.
I can say that, I think that we can just see that here, and the number of times that I'm hearing, I don't see it coming across that. Of course, this last year has been slow with COVID, but, those things there has been great. And then, of course, that was part of our design. I mean, that's what we wanted, was to be able to do that, so.
Yes, and we can keep everything in-house there.
Yeah.
Everybody's still locked down. It's just less disruption.
Any other questions? Keep moving, Rob.
No questions on jail, I'll go on. The last one is Sheriff's Office. I don't know how yours is set up. My first page talks about the vehicles, and it just gave you a mileage of where we're at with all of our vehicles and what our anticipation is for this year and next year. We're looking at one that's got 163,000 on it yet, and we're thinking probably by the end of the year that will probably be looking at being replaced. Next year, both of the cars or the vehicles that have 130,000, but they're doing 25 to 30,000 a year in there, will be something that will replace next year, and kind of see where the mileage is on everything else that we operate there. The Durango Lake Patrol, that doesn't get the full use that the other vehicles get, so we can run it a little bit longer. It's an 08 that been out there for several years now, 2 or 3 years now, and as long as it continues to function without costing us a lot, we'll continue to use it there. Everything else, the jail Crown Vic, that's a part-time car. We just use it as a spare when needed, so we can run those miles up a little bit on it.
You have your officers take a car home, Rob. Have you ever thought of centering them here in Marion or anything?
I'm sorry?
You have officers take your cars home.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever thought of centering them here in Marion with other sheriff's departments do and other places?
I don't know any other sheriff's office that does.
You got your first response that way. You send them home.
If you get a call at 2 o'clock in the morning to go from Peabody to Gossel, it's a lot extra time to go to here, to pick up the car and go there. I don't know any other sheriff's office that does that. Just because of, if everybody lived in town within, a couple of blocks of jail, maybe some merit to it. But I still think it
Wouldn't make any difference then.
Yeah, I still think it would be, response time would be much longer. If I've got to drive from Lehigh to here to get a car to go back to Gossel, 2 or 3 in the morning.
Yeah, but you have officers on duty. And I'm just saying.
Yes, but they're not always, sometimes I need another. And so that's when we have that second one come out. It's a very occasion it does. And it just, I don't know any sheriff's office that does that, just because of the logistics of personnel coming here and then turning around and going 20, 30 miles back the other direction.
Just asking. Just wondering whether it would be advantageous to do something like that.
I don't see it as such. Budget, total budget, I'm asking, we're coming down, this is not, I'm not including personnel because that's outside of personnel, our total budget, I'm looking at about a $5,000 or $6,000 decrease in what I'm asking for next year. We had some, or excuse me, dollars, not thousands. About a $600 difference, decrease. We had some expenses last year that we knew we were gonna have, and so we kind of budgeted for them. We've taken care of that issue, so hopefully it's not another issue like that, but I think we can hold it pretty close to exactly where we were this year. That's the numbers there, and again, I don't have personnel there because that's the next page kind of shows where we're at, where we're anticipating what we have used, where it's gone. I don't know if you've got that. Where we've gone, what we've used it for, a breakdown of where everything's at. In there, the end bottom line is 600 less than last year's budget for the items. I think we can make that work. I think we've streamlined a couple of things in there. We don't have any large equipment or anything unless something really breaks that we're gonna be looking at. Contract budget, budget for the contract, explains where those funds are going. Same with commodities, and that's how we come up with that bottom line of 280 to 238. So it kind of breaks down where we've gone with each one of those different line items and the capital outlay. We kind of bumped it down a little bit this year, hoping that we don't need anything, but you know, the building is get to the age now where we might start seeing some system requirements that need, kind of like everything else, refrigerator, freezer, dishwasher, or not dishwasher, laundry, sooner or later that stuff is going to need some help. And then the same with the jail and the capital outlay for the law enforcement side of it as well. Sometimes, but we're hoping we can get by with about a $5,000 decrease from last year's budget. Thank you. Unless something unforeseen happens. Vehicles, again, the same as last year's. You know, I figured 2 vehicles, time you get them, they've gone up from, you know, mid-20s to mid-30s now. For whatever kind of car you're looking at, they're in that mid-30 range now, unless you're getting something I'm not willing to go on up and buy the $60,000, but
You're not going to go electric or anything like that.
no Lexus, no.
You can sneak up on them that
Yeah,
way.
all your major manufacturers are running into that, you know, mid-30 range for police package vehicle, whatever it would be, so.
So they're storing like Texas.
2 is 35 and.
What's these little Chrysler, these little Dodges running? Is that Dodge it was buying now, the minivans?
Durango.
The Durangos.
What are they running?
The Durangos, they were 33, I think it was, yeah.
Right around 30.
32. You know, by the time you get up your car, yeah, but it's, so you're occupied 2 vehicles for that 70 and run them 150 to 160 is where I start looking to make the trade, just because any farther than that, then we start putting more money into them than we're gonna get out of them. Any questions on things so far? Just to break down the next page, the civil process, again, the first couple of months of the year were just pretty, numbers were extremely down from where, just because of nobody was doing anything. We weren't serving civil, we weren't getting the civil process that we normally would get. We're starting to see that trend go back up and, make up for lost time, but, so our numbers were about half of, a little under half of where they were last year. If we double that number, we're still gonna be a little under half, but I think that number's gonna probably catch up and surpass by the end of the year, with the total number. But in a
Like it's back in full swing.
but there's a lot of folks that are making up for that time that they didn't do anything. A lot of companies and courts and everything are now coming out with their civil process and motions and orders and things like that, so I anticipate that number to go up.
How many of those under civil processes would fall under the bigger areas use process server, not the sheriff's department doing it? How many of that would fall under that as something that a process server would handle?
All but the tax warrants.
I mean, is that something that's?
We have at times had a person hired to just serve civil process for the sheriff's office. Finding persons to do that now is
Yeah, I know it's a dangerous occupation.
it's dangerous, and I don't have a lot of persons coming to see me to do that. Don't seem real excited about it.
I just wondered if you had a person like that, how much time it would save with the other deputies and stuff.
It would save quite a bit of time, because we might make 2 or 3 attempts to serve a paper at an address. After that, depending on the paper, we can sometimes tack them, which means leave them there with a note and mail a card. Or we can, depending on what it is, we may have to come back and do a personal service and just keep trying multiple times. We might make 7 or 8 different attempts at
Yeah, it just seems like that ties up officers a lot.
It does. I mean, they're required to serve papers morning and night. This is one thing by state statute that the sheriff's office is mandated to do.
You have
I'm
a
just-
time limit?
Yes, because most every paper has either a court date or a response date or some kind of date that's associated with it that they have to do. PFAs and things like that, evictions are especially time sensitive.
Just wondering how much that takes away from an officer's actual patrol time.
It does. I guess the good part of it is it makes sure that my officers are around each community throughout the day, and because they're going to serve these papers in every community has a stack. We have a stack for Bern, Peabody, Florence, Marion, Woodburn. So it does ensure that the officers are around every day to every community, but it doesn't necessarily ensure that they have time to really take a hard look, because they're trying to get these papers served, if they have to get that done. Good and bad too. Case totals, again, the first 5 months of the year, things were down. Accidents drastically, because there was nobody moving there for a couple of months. The highways were basically empty, and and so we were not responding to near the number of accidents that we have in the past. But Excuse me. But again, those numbers are coming back up.
Just getting into full swing of summer.
Summertime's here. And I don't know what the 5 months of last year were, but you know, at the end of the year, I know what that number was, but I don't really recall what the first 5 months are, but I think it was probably more than what we had in the first 5 months of, in January, February, March, some areas would let go 10. A little bit of movement, not much. And again, the back pages are just kind of duplicates of what I gave you there. The numbers are there. Thank you. Something going in there. Thank you, Gina. Anything else you have concerns or questions about or discussion for?
Kind of latched on this, I know we've already moved past it, but your trips to Marmot, you're saying that's $300 contractual.
Roughly 300 for the last one we
The last one I did was cost us around
And that was a one-way.
So I'm just trying to throw some rough numbers together here, well, and then I'm just looking at, you know, your average salary, but you're $18 an hour or whatever, you're talking about a full day's worth, talking about your mileage, your insurance, what you add on top of your employee, $5 to $7.
You get $25.
Yeah, so you start to figure this out. How many trips per year would you say you do?
We've made, in the last month, we've hired one trip and we've done 3 or so.
Okay, so it's four a month, so if you average that out for the year, you're not talking about a whole lot. I mean, hey, you might be upside down by about $45.
You know, in most cases, we have a part-time transport officer
Okay.
that helps with those, like we do now. He's out, you know.
Now, did you figure one person?
Yeah, I just figured one.
Because a lot of learners too. Because
I mean, one officer.
one officer, generally, especially if we have a female we're taking, we generally like to take a female with us.
Okay. Well, at that
You
point,
like
then your
second
contractual is cheaper.
Could be.
Actually, it is. I mean,
Are they taking one officer for now
Generally, there's 2.
with the contract?
so I mean,
But it's an elderly couple that does a lot of it. Yeah, it depends on the person that's going out. Coming back, usually one, because coming back, we're medicated. Generally sitting in the back seat, just talking the whole way.
Who's medicated?
Trust me, every time I go out, I don't know if I'll come back. So just.
No, I don't mean to beat that one, but it just seemed like an easy one to focus on. And it sounds like it causes some grief. So I mean, if it's cheaper to contract.
The thing about the contract too is, I get the phone call from Warner that says, hey, we have a deal with the contract. That's 2.5, 3 hours for them to come here, and then turn around and go back. So I'm sitting here for 3 more hours waiting on this person's bouncing off the wall.
If they're late.
If they're late.
They may not be.
And
Right.
yeah, there was one day that I had them set up. Bed didn't open, and they called me and said, we're going to West Virginia. So, okay, had that set up, no.
Right.
Because, you know, the other ones around here are 5, 6 hours away, you know, and generally need 3 or 4 days notice, you know, to even get you on their schedule. So.
Strictly looking at the dollars.
No, yeah, I'm just strictly looking at the dollars, and a lot of times you sound.
And that's 3 hours, I don't have to sit there and listen to somebody going off, I know.
A lot of
But
times
it's still
people are
somebody,
so
you're
quick
still sitting in the
to think
facility.
contract, well, that's gonna cost me more. Sometimes it's not always the
Sometimes
case.
it does and sometimes not.
Yeah, so I mean,
I would much rather go with the contract.
Well-
Keep these guys home.
yeah, and you trying to fill positions as it is, I mean.
I think
Well,
you
what
should.
really sucked is,
I guess we're trying to say.
that time they had one they were bringing from Warner to Peabody. If I could've had it arranged, that would've cheapened me up even more.
Oh, yeah.
Because half their trip coming this way was already paid for, so I didn't have to pay mileage coming this way. I just would pay their mileage going back. And, but didn't work out. So.
Yeah, personnel services page, we have this page 140 down there. We have down there on capital outlay, Rob, radio project. What do you got in mind there?
What page are you looking at?
That would be under person, department general, be page 12 of your stuff.
He's on the sheriff's line. I just want to see what you're looking at, sorry.
You don't have no capital outlay for anything. Well, sheriff lake vehicle, your zeros there, and sheriff vehicle 70,000. I think that's your buying your 2 vehicles.
Yeah, there's the capital outlay on the line right above
Yeah.
that.
Capital outlay there, 15. But
He didn't include any personnel numbers in
No,
any of
I-
his.
I think it's personnel number.
that's why it's saying
Plus.
capital outlay though. Down the bottom there was the sheriff's radio project, 32,890. And then you got gonna have 90,000 in it. Or wait a minute.
That's capital outlay from above.
That's
Alley.
yeah, sure.
That was carry over, that radio project still carried over.
96.
Okay.
Yeah, there's something in the budget line item, but we're not using that budget line item. We're paying the radios out of sales tax. Because we got a bond and we paid it
Yeah,
out of there. So this,
What the radio numbers are.
yeah, so that's a residual number. That's,
Okay. So
I'm not sure why it's showing up there.
is this still on the radio project?
That number shouldn't be there.
Okay.
We're not.
I don't know what that is, I don't, you don't use that.
Okay.
Yes, I could.
Sorry about that, Randy.
That's all right.
It just got
Tina's-
been the leftover. I'm not really sure why it's there.
It's in the 2021 budget.
Yeah, it could have been a miskey, into that.
I saw
line
it show
item.
up, but I wasn't sure what it was, so I didn't touch it.
Thank you for not touching it. It's not yours.
Okay.
Mark?
You can spend it, huh?
I was just wondering if it had something to do with if we finalize that project or something, this final payment or something, nothing like that? For the radios project?
No.
No, okay.
And that
It
was
just shouldn't be
7-year, we have a 7-year bond on
there. Oh,
that,
okay.
and that's being paid out of sales tax.
Okay.
Originally, I think we were gonna budget it out of departments.
Yes.
But that didn't happen.
Okay. Good enough.
So I guess I can't use it.
You can't use that.
I just want to see what it was.
I don't know.
And you don't know, Rob. She does. Shouldn't be there.
Good job. We dropped your budget by 32,000. Didn't
Yeah.
even count it.
I gotta rethink this now.
Yeah.
Either better or worse than I thought, but I don't know which.
Does any commission have any questions?
I just like to make sure everybody knows how much I appreciate our law enforcement.
Thank you. We
You
feel
don't say
blessed
thank you
here.
enough.
We feel blessed here in this area because this is what we get. So we're thankful for that. And then Jim? Yep. Guess we're done?
Yeah. Bart?
Thank you.
Unless you guys got questions.
Pardon?
Any questions? Any other questions?
Thank you for your support.
At the end, when Mr. Scott Lloyd gets done, we'll see whether it all comes out like this.
There it goes.
The red pens come out sometimes, but not very often.
Been there before.
Been there before?
Yeah.
We'll try and hold it just as tight as we can.
Yeah,
so.
thank you for doing that.
All right.
Just like food, if you guys want to see, I've seen what Jim feeds, haven't lately, but before I've seen what Jim feeds the people. They get good meal over there, even, but I know you still do it through Carlson's and things like that.
No, this is all, basically they get cereal for breakfast, milk and orange juice. You get 2 sandwiches, chips, a cookie at lunch, and then supper's on you. And it's generally stuff like you would see at like a school, just heat and serve. Just a heat and serve.
Still the same
Meat-
policy you've had for quite a while?
Yeah, meat, potato, vegetable,
Yeah.
for supper. So, occasionally, my staff will bring in stuff and to make a cake. That's this stuff they do, so.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you, guys. And Linda, thank you.
Amy.
Rob, thank you. Thank you all. Thank you. Rising's out there.
Susan.
Yeah.
Susan.
First time today.
Yeah.
Shouldn't have took that 5-minute recess.
Gail is full.
Father given me.
The one we thought would take 2 minutes, we
You want me
spent
to
half
go
an
back,
hour.
so you can do your other job?
Isaac was out there.
I mean, I can go.
That's all right.
Okay, well,
Oh,
I understand, I mean, my crops are in,
Yeah,
so,
I'll finish my deeds tonight,
okay.
and then just later on. And I
I don't want to be on the treasurer on our pocket.
You don't?
it crushes
Oh,
the
okay.
little
Yeah.
thing. So one is new.
Okay.
It'll work.
Okay, I'm glad you
Yeah.
can take
Yeah,
it.
I appreciate it.
Are you ready for us?
Yes.
Okay. Janine's coming there.
When do you take over? October?
October 12th.
And this is your first experience at this part of it?
Yes.
All right.
Yes, it is.
Handling it like a boss.
Yeah.
Sat down in the right seat and everything.
Got the microphone.
I'm ready.
Let's get to the treasures here, county treasurer.
146.
146.
Yep, that's where it's at. Well, we're ready for you, so go right ahead. Tell us what you've done.
Well.
What you gonna do? Now what you done? What's your budget request?
Coming into this a little bit new, obviously very new. Ginny and I visited about the budget and what the practical thing is to how to approach this. With a lot of unknowns coming up in the next year, we're basically kind of keeping it the same, just bumping it up a little bit to cover any unforeseeable expenses. But not a lot of changes for this next year until I get my feet wet and I kind of figure out where we're going.
Equipment wise, any equipment to be replaced on the radar? Or?
Well, the equipment that's used for vehicle and taxes, we pay out of the vehicle fund.
Oh, okay, okay.
The
Okay.
other things that come up that's only tax, we would pay out of the treasurer's fund.
Okay.
And probably using the tech fund for
Okay.
as far as it would go, so.
Okay.
And a lot of there are a few things that are just used on the treasurer side, on the tax side, but there are a lot of things that are used for both. So we use the vehicle fund for a lot of the major equipment that's used for everything.
What kind of percentage now off of each vehicle transfer do you have? How do you receive that tech fund? Is it so much?
It's on work we do in the office.
The tech fund?
There
Tech
there are
fund?
two different.
Oh, the
things.
tech fund, no, that
Yeah.
comes out of the Register of Deeds.
Okay.
There's two different things now.
The
So
vehicle?
the vehicle fund comes from, based on
Okay.
Work we do.
what they're gonna tell you.
Right.
The tech fund comes from documents that are filed in the Register of Deeds office. They took away the mortgage registration fee, and now then there's a clerk's tech fund, a treasurer's tech fund, and then the Register of Deeds tech fund, and that's all funded through that office.
I should learn something.
We're all learning.
Okay.
So,
See, I didn't read it. I thought the vehicle fund come right back to the tech fund.
so the vehicle, no, the treasurer never used to have a tech fund. That's new in the last few years. So the vehicle fund is separate.
Okay.
When they started reducing the mortgage registration fee is at the point in time that the treasurer got a tech fund.
Okay.
And then the vehicle fund is based on the work that we do, daily
Right.
work that we do in the office.
Off of each transaction, isn't it?
Yes.
Mhm.
And it's so much a transaction.
Right.
Okay.
since the vehicle area has to be connected to the state, do they provide any funding for equipment?
They replaced, well, they got us new and they replaced once and now we're on our own.
They used to.
That's what I was wondering, I thought maybe
Yeah, they
they
used to.
Well, once in a while they do.
Yeah.
When they change everything up, then that requires different equipment than they usually.
Okay. So, you see, any questions by the commission, other commission questions of any type? Really, it's almost a straight line across, the way I almost look at it. Really nothing, too much of an increase or anything.
Janine, I don't know if you ever looked into emailing anymore, that we talked about that one time you were in, doing more, respond to people
By email?
email instead of US mail, cut down your postage.
We could, I don't know that we have legislation that
Let you-
says.
Okay.
We do a lot.
It's been brought up several times, but anything that's needs a legal response, I think has to come through the mail. But we do a lot by email.
Yeah. I mean, the fax machine has about died now, so we
Yeah.
need to get rid of the postage now.
Yeah, that'd be
Yeah.
probably the next thing.
Cut your
I know.
postage.
It's been brought up several times, but never got through the legislature.
The one thing we talked about in the last year was adding an annual fee to the escrows.
And Susan has a problem with that.
Well, I just have I have questions about that. The concern I have is a lot of the people who are already in the plan are there because they have a hard time paying it. I don't want to make, and the other part of that is I don't want to make more work for us. And maybe if that fee was on the front end, where we collect it right out of the gate on
That
that
was
first
part of the
payment.
discussion.
Yeah.
Almost.
When we set up a new year, we could put the
Yeah.
fee in at that point in time.
And collect it right that very first payment,
Right.
so that we don't have to try and remember to put it in
Yeah, have an
each
ongoing
time.
issue.
'Cause
Mhm.
it's enough, what we do is a lot. And not that we aren't willing to help any way we can, but it's just, we don't want to have more responsibility on our people than we already have as far as trying to remember to put that fee in.
Yeah, something that can be done kind of seamlessly.
When
You gotta
we're-
bring in a little revenue.
Well, and sometimes we have people who have every intention of following through, of setting up a plan and following through, and for some circumstances it doesn't happen, where they don't pay each month. And so, it'd probably be, if we're gonna have a fee, I guess
Front
it'd be
end.
good to
Put a
do
front
it
end load
front
on
end.
it.
So,
And I think that might make it more important to them.
We have an investment in it.
They have an investment in it
Well, that's
right
what
away. I don't know.
We wasn't thinking too much, we were about $10 or something like that.
It wasn't
Yeah.
a big deal, but I mean, over the course of, that would be a fairly nice little revenue
Over
stream
100
for
times,
the,
over 100 people.
for the,
Mhm.
you know.
That's what I wanna see it, where it doesn't put any more, stress on the clerk trying to remember to put that fee in each time you roll it over, or however you want it set up. But, out of the gate, the fee done for that one. And then if they, for some reason, fall out of it, or, it doesn't work for them, or they sell the property, we've got our fee and we're done. We're not trying to,
Right.
you figure out how to get that fee or whatever.
Might be a
Yeah.
recommendation you bring to us at some point.
Okay.
Yeah. At this point in time, we're trying to work things
Sure.
together, so.
Yeah.
I don't wanna leave her with a mess, and she
Well-
doesn't wanna inherit the mess.
And when I first heard about it, my first concern was an additional hardship for customers, where taxpayers who are already strapped, and that's why some of these people are trying to pay through the escrow program. And then the other side of that is, overtaxing, part of the pun, our employees, where, it's one more thing to remember, one more thing to do.
One more step in the process.
One more step.
Yep.
So if it's in the, right out of the gate, first thing, first payment has that, then, it's done.
we could make it that revenue stream that he's talking about with his idea of no refund under $5 to $10.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, for the change orders?
Just any money to be sent back out. If
Under
there's
$5, I mean.
Under $5
For a check is, this seems.
We don't.
this
You're
seems-
talking about change orders?
Well, that or tax refunds.
Tax
I mean,
refunds.
Okay.
Tax refund, if it's under $5.
I think we
Vehicle.
gotta
Well, now,
put policy.
if it's on an abatement,
That's what, yeah.
by statute, it has to be paid.
That's why I was asking if it's a change order, an abatement.
Yeah.
I said change order, but an abatement.
If it's on a change order, even if it's 19 cents, it's gotta be
send a check.
paid.
Really?
It
Yeah,
seems
that's what I was-
That's where the government.
Costs more to send it.
Yep.
Yeah, sure.
Well, that's what, we know that there would be some things by statute you have to.
Right.
But if there's some other areas where it doesn't make sense to send a 19-cent check,
Yeah.
if there's a
Couldn't you
way
just
not.
It'll
Right.
cost you $30 to write a check.
Couldn't just hold it on for the next year and apply the 19 cents?
Well, if there's a tax to apply it,
Yeah.
then the abatement, the refund from the abatement goes toward that current tax or delinquent tax or whatever it might be. So the abatement check isn't mailed out if they owe tax.
Sure.
And that's
Yeah.
any.
Anyway,
And we can connect it.
and we can connect it, yes.
Should owe taxes. Yeah, should owe taxes.
Well, then on the KDOR side, there aren't any refund checks in vehicle for less than $5. That's a
Oh,
KDOR.
okay, that's all right.
That's a KDOR thing.
Okay.
And of course we got it.
And we kind of follow that in our
Sure.
office too.
Sure.
I know, I've got that somewhere. Okay, to work.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a KDOR, that's a KDOR rule.
Okay.
So is there any more questions or anything? I'd just like to say, Janine, thank you for the years of service, for being treasurer for that you've been and stuff. And so I guess we're closing your book out, and we'll start a new book here. And,
The things that are next year, we need to work together and.
yeah.
What was it, 35 years?
37?
37. Yeah, because I gave you the pin.
Seems like yesterday, huh?
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, thank you for what you've done for the county.
Thank you.
I did have one other just operational question on driver's licenses. Some people have been asking, there's, I guess, a long wait or backlog on licenses, and then I happened to hear on the radio, I think it's Saline County, well, they're scheduled into July. So is there a backlog, and is that from the period when you couldn't issue driver's licenses?
Yes.
So we're just catching up?
And then we're trying to work in the ones that are, so we're doing them by appointment because that is one thing we can control rather than having the whole hall
Right.
setting full of
Right.
driver's license.
Right. And are you limited on the days? Is that by the state, or is that your control on
That's
what
our
days?
control.
You can control what days you have.
Then if they can't get in for an appointment, but they've been granted by the state, I guess, through the COVID, I don't know how it is anymore, but they weren't able to renew their license. They needed to renew their license. Now, if they wait any longer, they're gonna have an expired license. Is there a grace period there for that?
Kind of.
Okay.
But the full service offices where that's all they do, they've been taking walk-ins. Some of them have been taking walk-ins, and so if people need to get their license right now because of whatever situation, we refer them to a full service office,
Okay.
have them call
Okay.
and see if they can get in.
Okay.
If somebody needs something right now, or if they've lost their license,
Right.
we have Fridays set up for that,
Right.
where we can get them in that week rather than
schedule that, we
Yeah.
kind of use that
But we're
for
getting-
emergencies.
Yeah, and I think we're making pretty good progress. Of
Good.
course, there'll be some people who are probably due now.
Right.
That we can't get to until
Right.
July.
Yeah.
But as far as, for a while there, we were renewing people who had been expired over a year.
Yeah.
You know, and that was a concern for
Sure.
them. And so we've got those
Good.
caught up, and so a lot of the people we're doing now are current
Sure.
expiration
Good.
people, you know. And we don't want anybody to lapse. You know, our goal is always to provide that service in a
Right.
timely manner, but
Right.
we had to catch up somehow. And since we do everything else, I mean, driver's license is just a portion of what we do
Right.
with vehicle taxes,
Yes.
you know.
You need somebody full-time for a while to do driver's license to get caught up.
Well, Okay.
You're telling them to bump the budget there.
Yeah.
Need a full service.
But we get $3 a license, so I don't know that we can get anybody that would work for that.
3 or 4 an hour, that's
Yeah, we gotta get that throughput,
Well,
get that
Well,
efficiency up.
and we're doing more a day.
Yeah.
For a while there, trying to get caught up as well. Cause you've seen how we can be, especially
Oh, yeah.
first week, last week of the month, Mondays and Fridays are our busiest days. It's, and then, we have people who take time off. They have earned their vacation, and this is the time of year where a lot of people want to take time off, so. It's a juggling act, trying to keep everybody happy and, customers, get the customers taken care of. That's always our concern, is to take care of our customers in a timely manner. So we're getting caught up.
Very good. Thank you.
All righty, well, thank you.
Yes,
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Looking forward to the next.
Yep, me too.
You have to be.
Yes,
You're gonna have to show her how you get it done in 5 minutes.
Well, some things you can and some things you can't.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Isaac was out there. Yeah.
Was it?
Come right in, sir.
Middle of July.
Didn't have to get license lately, so maybe I ought to change it.
Go right ahead we're ready for Park and Lake with your budget, whatever you want to start with, unless you have business.
No, I don't, but do you have a copy of the budget? Okay, I can now make copies.
It's right behind you.
You mean of what you?
Yeah, what I
you
wrote
submitted?
down.
We've got them loaded.
Yeah, hold on.
He ain't going to remember though.
I think I got it all
Really?
pretty much memorized for the
You
most
can
part.
stand up.
And you just turn around and point.
Just stand up there.
You said the chair.
She'd be the first one with the PowerPoint.
Yeah, a little laser pointer.
This is like his old plan.
And do not lose them for her. I'm just gonna give you a final copy,
As soon as I'm done,
turn them back
promise.
into her.
I have it on the screen. I can print it. Hey, you get it.
Yeah,
Good
get it.
job.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Isaac, whenever you're ready.
Okay, I'll start with the first, personal services. So the 113,782, that came from, the sheet I got from Cherry here with the July step raise, along with part-time help. Part-time help has been something that we've budgeted for, I think, every year, at least since I've been here, and if we've never used it. I'm in the process right now of hiring some part-time help for the lake. What I'm looking at right now is just 24 hours a week. It would just be Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. 8-hour shift, three days a week. I think during the week with what we've been doing so far, it's not gonna cause any complications with the shop now having the regular staff that we have. So I think Monday through Thursday is not a problem at all. Friday, honestly, we could probably do it if we had to, but if we could get that help in Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, that would be great. Doing the math.
With what will they be doing?
They will be doing strictly nothing but being in the office. So lake permits, camping permits, checking in boats, selling tackle, that is it. I did not plan on having them do any kind of outdoor work. Maybe checking on the restrooms would be the only thing outside of the office that they would be responsible for. Besides that, it would be strictly office. here, they, off of this sheet, for part-time help, they had, about, well, it'd be $12,128. I do not think that that's where we're gonna be. The math that I did here correct, I think, and, Tina, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think for the part-time wages here, they have $12.04 before the July step raise, and then it goes to $12.28.
That's also for the full year, because you look at.
Right, correct, that is correct.
December, and
Yes.
you're actually
And-
talking about seasonal.
And it would be seasonal, so it would only be from pretty much what I figured out for this year. If I can get somebody started next week, it'd be from June to Labor Day weekend. Future reference, I'm planning just Memorial Weekend through Labor Day weekend. So it would only be part-time through the summer. If we did 24 hours a week, that would be approximately 20 weeks for a total of 480 hours throughout the season. At $12 an hour, that would be $5,760 for the year. That's a strict $12, not the bumping it up to a $12.28, which I guess that could be open for negotiation, but.
Those numbers just came off of the pay plan that was.
Okay, I
that
wasn't
was
sure
just
where that came
implemented,
from,
so.
okay. If we wanted to go, if we wanted to keep that lower, I think we could probably.
What's the age requirement on your part-time person? Is it 18 or not?
That's what I was going for, yes.
You probably.
And so the 13,782, honestly, that's on the high end. Like I said, we were at 107. It looks like for just as we're at right now, we'd be at 102,246. With the $5,760, that would be 107, pretty much 108,000 for the year. I did the 113 because I wasn't sure about the 1204 to the 1228 with the step raise to be safe for the year. It was 113,782, even though we would probably come in under that.
Sounds like a good number to me.
Okay, for contractual there, we've been at 110. I think if we stay there, we'll be perfectly fine. Fish contest expense, 0. Canoe rental, 0. We do not longer have those canoes. The Boy Scouts have since taken them. The contractuals stay the same. Commodities stay the same. Memorial expense, 6,000. The capital outlay. This was something that I had a question on.
We have spent the 17,190
Of the 60,000, I think that was originally for the water line project.
I think that was your roofing out there.
Oh, for the repairs.
I'd have to look.
See, and I wasn't sure where that came out of, or what the
I'm not sure. I'd have to
remaining
double check it.
42,810, if that would stay there or not, because we were quite a bit under that.
Carry forward.
So what we usually do, Isaac, is if you aren't gonna spend that in this year, we carry it to the next year.
Okay.
So we don't leave it, we put it to the next year, we show it as cash, and then we budget it to be spent out next year.
Perfect, okay.
Unless you do a project this year.
I don't think I have one lined up.
It's too late in the year.
Or you get a receipt or a paid receipt this year, and then they can print the check and hold the check.
There are a couple of things that I'm looking at wanting to do for next year, and I have those written down at the bottom of the sheet here. One of them was discussed was a carport. This would be something that would cover personal vehicles out there, and I would like to do too wide, too deep, and that way, the 2 work vehicles that we have, my patrol truck and then our other work truck, we could also get those under there if need be. We do have room in our shop right now for 1 vehicle. This quote here, the $6,000, that's pretty safe by all the numbers that I was looking at. That would be without sides. If we thought that we prefer to have sides on it, which I don't know, I wouldn't think would be an actual necessity. It kind of doubled that price. It was around 10 to 12,000 if we were to do that. And that would still leave the front and back open. It wouldn't be completely enclosed with that. That would come in at 6 pretty safely. And then the other thing I'd really like to do, which is what we did there in the lake office with the lighting, is switch over from our old fluorescent to the LED lights. The lake hall right now, we've got the roof fixed. We have got Wi-Fi in there, and so we're slowly making some updates that are pretty desperately needed. I think the lighting here would be a good next step. Right now, the bulbs are going out. We'll fix the bulbs, and then the ballasts are going out. So then, and by the time that we do all that with all the lights, it just doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me to keep spending money on that
Probably
one.
30 years old, don't they?
Yeah, it's still got the big oil ballast in it, you know, they weigh like 50 pounds. And so when that goes out, we do have to go buy a new ballast, rewire the whole thing, and put new bulbs in it. And I think if we could get that switched over to the LED, which we have in the office, it's a night and day difference. And I think it would make the inside of that building look a lot better. I know it would take a lot of work out of us having to go in and change that stuff over as things go out. Kind of base this off of the estimate that we had for the lake office. Be Safe did about $160 a light plus labor, come in around $6,000, and might be a little under that, a little over if prices change. But I think that'd be a pretty close estimate. I did not get an official estimate from anybody, but just basing that off of the work that was done in the office, I think around $6,000 would get that project
Some
done.
savings on the electric bill, too.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. So you take that magnetic ballast out of the equation, you're gonna be saving tons.
Probably pay for it.
And that thing's probably got a 30% energy loss in itself.
You know, the lake hall, it's something it could be a really big benefit, I think, to the county. I've talked to Bryce. I know that he's talked about wanting to have meetings and employee meetings, whatever, out there, along with wedding parties and that kind of stuff. We did get a sound system donated to us that we're currently installing in there, so people with microphones and stuff, so people can go in there, and if they want to have a meeting with a microphone, they can do that, and we have that available to them. Slowly but surely, it's good for what it is, but it does need updated, and I think that lighting project. Yeah.
Bathrooms.
Bathrooms and the floor is actually another thing that's on our list.
What about CXTs? Have you looked at any of those? The CXTs, the drop, you dig the pit, Reservoir's got some, they're precast. They come in off the trailer, you set them.
Talking about restrooms.
What is it called?
CXTs.
I've never heard. We got indoor bathrooms there already.
Yeah, like, well, no, I mean, like, you can have them around, you know, the lake hall probably needs them, but, you know what I'm saying, around the park. It'd be nice.
Yeah,
In other
it'd be
places
nice to
instead of
have
just the
a
out.
pretty bathroom.
Yeah.
Without two
Those
toilets.
are
you know.
nostalgic.
Those ones out there.
Those are historic. Granted.
You could probably put them on the National Historic Record.
I've hooked up a lot of CXTs, and they're pretty simple, they're just drop ships.
Yeah. And you know, I mean, like Tina said, the bathrooms need work. They definitely do. There's one women's bathroom that has 2 toilets right next to it, which I don't know how that ever came about.
Yeah, there's
so-
2 toilets right next to each other, and there's dogs.
Visit, huh?
And maybe that's the family.
Yeah, well, sometimes I don't know. I don't know the story.
Tina's stays together.
That's how
Yeah,
Get this meeting back in order.
Come on, Chairman.
Okay, let's get this meeting back here. But,
It's getting late today, we're gonna say something stupid.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
And so
Isaac, before you go too much further,
Yes.
I'd like to say, ask the commission and Tina here.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, yeah, you.
I'll be
you
quiet.
We did have, when it was Steve, and we decided to go with a garage up there for the office. And I don't see the funding in here, we upped the capital outlay for that, and then now the garages is went higher and crazier than what they were. But how does the commission feel about, he's got carports here, but I would love to be able to see a double car garage that he can put his truck in, and maybe even build it tall enough in the middle where we do have some sides to lean-tos for his personal cars or something. But we need to, so that the truck's not sitting out, that people don't know whether he's there or not. If the truck's there, they can see, well, he's there. I mean, that was the plan a few years back. That's been, I don't know, two people. So anyway, I'm just asking the commission if that's, you know, do you want to put a carport up, metal carport up, or do you want to put a garage up that looks something similar, looks decent? I mean, carports look nice too. I'm not going to knock them. In the right place, carports look great.
Change the budget from 12,000 to about 40.
Yeah.
I mean, that's, yes.
But it's a total different building too. I mean,
Yeah.
But if you put a carport, I mean, if you're just looking to park something under it, you're not looking to stay warm, you're not looking for a shop.
Right.
You still need to anchor it. I mean, everybody says that you put them screw-in anchors, they're worthless.
They don't work?
No.
I was gonna say, cause, well, and with
No.
what I looked
You need to
at,
pour a little
it's,
short footing and set it on there.
You're gonna
Yeah.
be north and south too.
well,
Or
and,
it's gonna
The
leave
north
you
wind take
probably
it
at some
right up.
point.
I lost 2 of them.
Might even with that.
and I was gonna say, it seemed like with all of them that, I mean, that I looked at, you know, you could get them the option with anchoring, without anchoring. I've never had a carport or dealt with carport, so that anchoring system, I didn't know what it consisted of.
Felt like putting a trampoline out there,
so-
they take off in the wind and so does
Yeah,
carports.
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the only ones I've ever seen stick around is with a real footing port, a trench footing port,
Right.
and then bolted to that
Bolted down.
footing.
Yeah.
And so you're gonna add, you know, a few $1,000 extra in concrete
Yeah.
and rebar and.
Right.
That would be well worth it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, if you're gonna do it, I mean, you'd wanna do it right.
So, I mean, I'm throwing the number out there because you're talking about a shop. Well, it's probably half the price with the carport.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's probably not.
But I think you might want to build a real garage with sides and doors on it, you know.
Yeah.
Because you're still gonna be able to see the truck.
Yeah.
Is there, is that, what,
I'm just asking permission, because that seems to be something that when they see him there, I'll just go ask him this question, he don't mind. I mean, if he wants to go outside and sit on his car, or his porch and stuff, he should be able to do that.
you
And,
can't.
you know, that's my opinion, is what I've seen out there in 35 years that I've been out there at the lake.
Put a CXT out there and park the truck down by the CXT.
By the CXT, yeah. Well, I'm just throwing it out for the commission to make that decision, whether they want to do something like that or not. Go right ahead. But I didn't want to go, the lights in the hall, yeah, that's needed, I understand that. But if, I'd just like to, before we make too much of a decision on the carport, whether we go clear to a garage.
You get quoted both ways.
Yeah, wouldn't hurt, yeah.
Yeah, you can get an enclosed carport.
And then, so, with the garage, wooden structure, I guess.
Okay. Keep it going.
Okay, utility upgrade, we were at 40,000 for 2021. Was that for anything? That wasn't for anything.
It's
I
just
think
been
that-
kept
that
in
was
there because
carryover.
there's
Yeah.
like, electrical upgrades have been discussed, you know, so that money has been put in there
Okay,
for those kind
and
of
that is
projects.
another thing that I'm looking at, and I have not got a price for it yet, is possibly switching over, don't wanna do them all at once, but possibly switching over some of our camping receptacles from 30 amp to 50 amp. That's been something that's been discussed, we've switched them as they've been, hit or damaged. Instead of going back in with a 30, we've been bumping them up to a 50. Our service lines out to the pedestals are suitable to upgrade up to a 50, which is nice. So that would save some money there. But I didn't get that far as pricing that out. I wasn't sure if that was something we do this upcoming year or not, but that is something that I do want to do, as it seems like any of the newer campers have 2 ACs, they all require 50 amp service. They can plug into a 30 and run one, but it's not ideal for them.
Since we have the advantage of having an electrician somewhat close, Isaac, what would be for him to set up just an idea, what number would be the good number for a bid? 10 setups, 10 booths, or 15 booths, you know, or?
So what I was thinking is behind the lake hall, so the newest campground is all 50. That newest one that does not have water yet. And I think that was done, I don't know if that was when Dale was here.
You're across
Dale
the
or
cove
Steve.
now.
Yes, the second cove, the furthest one,
Right.
it's all 50, and it's full about every single weekend. It's the first place that fills up. The next cove over, we have swapped out, there's 8 spots there, we have now switched 2 of those over to 50 amp. Behind the lake hall there, we have 32 spots, every single one of them is 30. So what I was thinking about doing is just, it's the way it's set up, there's 4 rows of about, well, there's 8 on 2 and 10 on the others. And I would like to just do 1 row, so maybe swap 10 over to 50 amp. So there are still a lot of campers that run 30 amp, pop-ups and all that stuff. But that way, if you have 50 amp, you need 50 amp, at least you have that option in all 3 of our campgrounds.
My question to Jonah is just what number would be a good number for a bid? 10, or was it more, or to see somewhat to entice a?
You just popping them out, putting new ones in, right?
Yeah.
Right. You digging them out, setting the new one down.
Yep.
You've been running about, I mean, $250 a piece.
Yeah, and so the last one, I think that last one that we did, it was total for labor and everything, it was $285, but that pedestal was already disconnected at that point.
Disconnected. That's a nice way to put it. You also got to factor in, you do a tent, so you're not
Correct.
just coming out
Yeah.
for the day for one.
Right, yes.
So you've got a little bit of,
Windshield time.
you get a little bit more cost savings per one each.
Yes.
If you do multiples, so I mean, you're talking 30 total, I mean, because all the new ones come with a 50 or a 30 built in them. So I
So
mean,
you're like at 40, almost 40,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
so if you had a $10,000 number in there, you'd probably cover your whole thing, whole place.
That's good. That's what I want to hear. Something like that, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, you could do it with just one project.
Yeah. So.
And like you said, the nice thing about those 50s is you can run a 30 right there anyways, if that's all you need.
Well, most of the new pedestals have the 50.
They have
and
both.
30.
Yeah, they got both.
So you don't even have to have a pigtail or
Right.
anything.
Did you get a suggestion?
Yes.
All righty, thank you. All right.
And then, so on this next one, it's the for the bait shop. Yes. So personal services, I put 0 there just because I didn't know if the part-time help would be under the bait shop, but I just kept it there on the park and lake.
Here's, I don't want to interrupt you,
No.
here's something to consider though. So that bait shop, that money that we put to separate out to that fund actually is in the park budget. I mean, that came out of the park budget, so. And we haven't set up a personnel to be paid out of there, but this whole thing is right now in our budget is as a whole. So if we're gonna put the money there, we need to reduce it on the other budget.
Okay, I wasn't
Yeah,
sure.
I mean,
So where reduce it from?
we took it, I don't remember where we pulled that from. Oh, we took it out of capital outlay.
Commodities.
The 15,000 of that 17,190 is the park bait shop.
Okay.
15.
15 out of it,
190, okay.
yeah, and so I'm not sure what that other amount is, I'd have to look, but that's what it is.
Okay.
So,
The 40.
so that came from
42,810
their,
is what's left over
yes,
from the 2021 budget.
correct.
So
And
you
so-
still need to put the 42,810 in the 2022.
Right, or however we wanna do that. We may budget it all together, I don't really know if we're gonna have it separate in our budget or not, but we are tracking it separate because we wanted to be able to see what the bait shop is doing. And you could potentially pay someone out of the bait shop funds. But you have to
The bait
reduce
shop
it
will look at the end of the year.
Right.
You want to make money or lose money.
And yeah, and I.
That's no break even.
Right.
I want to
Okay.
provide a service.
And that kind of, I guess, goes on to like the next one, contractual. I put up there electric water expense because I wasn't sure, you know, with the bait shop. Obviously, I'm using more water for the tanks and electrical. You know, I got the fridges in there plugged in, which would be something that wasn't like that before. We have an ice box plugged in. There's a couple of things that are bait shop specific, but I didn't know if we wanted to budget separately for that, or if, considering it would all still come from the office. I think the way that breaks down through Evergy is it's just the office.
Right.
And so how,
one meter.
yeah, I don't know how.
Yeah, it'd be just a matter of whether you're gonna pay it out of
Yeah.
the regular budget or this budget.
I don't think we wanna go to the expense to.
No, I
to
would,
just
I wouldn't
put it
want
on
to
separate
separate.
meter.
I would just say either put it on the bait shop or leave it on the park,
Yeah.
Yeah.
the whole building. Yeah, the trucks, the park's still picking up the lake hall, it's still picking up all those other
Right,
things.
yeah.
Those are all separated meters. This one just needs to be on one or the other.
And if you don't split the bait shop out on the actual budget document, it's a moot point anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, we can accounting decide which one we're gonna charge it to.
Is it gonna be 5 months out of the year?
Yeah, really.
Is that what it is? I mean, is that what you think you operate 5 months out of the year?
Well, from
Maybe 6.
people were in the room, they were hoping to see that any money generated from the bait shop would go back out towards the lake. So you may want to keep your expenses all in the right place. Otherwise, you're gonna show a huge amount of profit at that bait shop, and they're gonna think, well, we need to do all these things. Well, no, I still need to pay some of these expenses that are in this other account, so.
Balancing act.
So I try to make it have its own expenses if they're legit.
And there's a way, I mean, we could look back at the average utility
Yeah, yes,
costs
yeah,
prior
yeah.
to, and then after, and then the park could bill, you know, one budget could bill the other. I mean,
See
we've
what it
done
was
all
last-
kinds of things like that.
Last June.
And I was gonna say, if that's something that we wanted to do, I could go back and look at that. It's kind of hard, I think it'd be hard until I had maybe a couple of months of having this up and running
Yeah,
to
you
see
need that.
kind of what we're at,
Oh, you
but.
see your
But it's
average
very
fee, don't you?
easy to split a bill
Yeah.
by a percent.
Right,
Just say
yeah,
this,
yeah.
or even an
Yeah, so
amount
just set an
every
amount.
month is gonna be, this much is charged to this account line, the rest is charged to regular.
Same thing I was just gonna say, just set $8,500 for electric and be done with it. And then you've got an expense, then see what it is, and if you need to adjust that, adjust it later on after you find out some. You can adjust it if it
I would
up or
almost,
down.
I mean, on the personnel, I think that you might wanna do that as well.
Yeah.
Charge it out of the
Same
bait
thing.
shop.
I do.
I mean, the whole reason we set up this accounting here was so we could track it really
Right.
well.
Right.
And so if we're gonna do that, like Jonah said, it would make sense to put those expenses there.
Isaac said he'd like me to help him do well. I heard him say that.
Oh, I heard it whispered.
Whispered, yeah. Well, all right, is everybody on board there with that?
Yeah.
Commission
I think
wise?
so.
Is that good with the commission? Yeah. Good.
Yes.
On the commodity side of things, at this time, you know, I know we originally budgeted 15,000. You can see here we were at 38.99. this was another one that, you know, since we've been open now for a month, was kind of hard for me to really figure out. I will say that the initial purchases were much lower than I originally estimated. You know, that $38.99, that was a big first tackle order. That was all of our grocery order. I had not got bait. I just got baited today. We got our live bait license and the bait got delivered today. It looks like that's going to be, I mean, for a full stock from nothing to full, about $500. So we're still going to be under 5,000 to have the whole thing up and running. So that 15,000, I mean, it was a good start. And I mean, we're going to have to repurchase, but I don't know what that's going to cost throughout this season.
So that, but I think the intent was the 15,000 was the entire budget, not just for commodities, but also for personnel and
Electrical
utilities,
and-
whatever.
yes, okay.
Right. So is that a good level to keep it at?
I think that'll be
Around
a
to
very,
try.
I think that'll be a safe number. I
And
think
then make
it'll
the
be
commodities and everything fit within that?
within that, yeah, we can do that, okay.
And then that way, you're still, even though you get revenue in and then you have multiple purchases, maybe, you know, it does better than you think.
Right.
You gotta buy it twice a year. So
Well,
that's 10,000.
yeah, right,
And you can't count your revenue for the year until the next year.
Well, we're gonna have to estimate what we think the revenue is gonna be to build the budget, but it may not be right.
Yeah, it's gonna have to play out a couple of years, I think.
Because that would also then potentially increase what you could spend.
Right. And I will say Thursday of this week will officially mark a month of being open.
Got it down to the month.
And so, well, I know that we talked about wanting to come in and do a monthly report on that. And so, I guess,
Just gonna go ahead and do it now?
I don't have it with me, but it's super easy. And so I was gonna ask you guys about that, if you wanted me to come back next week, if you want me to do it just the end of the month. And so I can get a schedule if you just want me to do it the first of the month, or you want me to do it, we originally said a month. If you want me to do it next week, it would be a couple days past the month. However we want to do that, but I have everything ready to go.
Probably 1st of July would be better, wouldn't it? 'Cause we're full.
Okay, well, and that's kind of.
You see,
When is
you know,
it? July
we don't have time, we're doing a budget now.
Well,
I would think that
No,
it might, if you're gonna do a monthly report, it would probably be good to just
The first of the month.
absorb the first little bit,
Yeah.
but do your report the first of the month,
Okay.
following the close of the prior month.
Yeah,
And then
okay.
we have, maybe the
Stay on
treasurer's bookkeeping can match up and make sure that everything looks the same.
Yes. Do July 1 to July 30th.
Yeah, so
June-
report for the
June
month of
1.
June, and you would report the first week of July, but then you'd also have the half a month tacked on for,
Yeah, May.
yeah.
Yeah.
Does that sound?
That's a great idea. I mean, make it easy on ourselves. It's not that tough. We don't need to, we're just looking to see whether it's paying for itself or not.
Right, and you don't wanna have to like report in the middle of the month. and-
Right, well, and that was kind of it, and then we started it kind of at like the 17th, and so I didn't know if we wanted to keep it there, or if we just wanted to start it at the beginning of each month. Either way, it we can do, so.
I think the commission be all right with the first of each month.
Okay. Perfect.
Yep.
And Randy, this report will tell you how many marshmallows he sold, how many bottles of ketchup,
Yeah,
everything.
at the
Are
point of
you
sale.
gonna make a motion to this, Mr.
All
Chairman?
this information.
The point of sale probably does.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
You can give it to Dave, I don't need it.
Yeah.
You don't wanna know how many marshmallows?
Yeah.
Are you selling
Don't you wanna know what the
marshmallows, graham
margin
crackers,
is
and chocolate?
on each marshmallow?
Good deal. I'll be out.
That's a big sandwich.
Buy it for 10 and sell it for 5,
Yeah.
make money.
Maybe $1.15.
Isaac, don't put us out in the field. Just go ahead and tell us what the rest of your budget is and see what happens.
I think that was it for me, you know, on the bake shop. Like I said, I just wasn't 100% sure how we wanted to run the personal services and the contractual and all that stuff, which now that I think I got it under control. So that'll work. Really, that was it for me.
we're gonna probably have to just visit with Scott about whether we can statutorily separate that out on the budget document as a separate fund. I mean, we can do it absolutely for our bookkeeping,
Yeah.
but whether we can report it on the financial statement and the budget as a separate fund, we're gonna need a little bit of verification from him.
So how many fish did you get?
I got minnows, perch, and goldfish. I started off with 3 pounds each.
3 pounds.
And then we got steamed baked chicken liver, shrimp, shad sides, and frozen bait like that today. And so yeah, we're fully stocked around it. That was the last thing we had to get, and now we're good. So.
Well, I was just out there one day, and some people, I thought was very nice of some people out at the lake. They just come in to see the office and see the bait shop, just to say hi and just see what we was doing. And I think, I don't know, have you had a lot of that?
Yeah, and I was gonna say, for what it's worth, there have been a lot of people come in, and a lot of people that are very excited that, you know, it's back up and running.
Good.
Like they know it's not like it always
Yeah.
was, you know, there's not a million things in there, but there's everything that you could possibly need.
I was in there, and I just personally heard those people come in and just say that. I thought that was very nice of them.
There's been a lot of positive feedback.
Well, when we were kids, we used to just stop and go look at the fish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I've already had a handful in there today.
I'd delve, but you play with the fish.
Yeah. You gotta play with the fish and kill them.
You gotta be careful.
You have to get an aquarium mixed in.
Well, Isaac, and so far things have
Yeah,
been pretty good with it.
been pretty good. Yeah, the
Good.
point of sale system has been
Good.
probably my favorite part.
Good deal.
Whatever makes it easier.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
It
It's
checks in, checks out, right?
Pretty incredible compared to what we did have out there. So.
All righty. Well, any final comments, Commission?
If it had never been closed in the first place, I wouldn't have learned how to catch crappie and gut them and then keep that for my bait. So you lost some sales.
Oh. Okay. Well, we'll put this, when we work it all, we hope we get everything like that, but there could be some changes, so when we get done, you might want to look at it, make sure that it stays the same.
Sounds good.
Thank you, Isaac.
Yeah,
Thanks, Heidi.
absolutely. Thank you.
Thanks. Been fun to see this one progress. I like it.
We're running just a little bit ahead. Would anybody like a 5-minute break? Before we start with Tina?
Team's gonna be short.
Yeah,
Yep.
Tina's been
So
potty.
you wanna stay
We're gonna
for
take a
5
break.
minutes?
Nope.
I'm sorry.
I'm fine.
Okay, so we are taking a break?
Yeah, I'm gonna recess for 5. I don't know where
Okay.
With this little boy.
Okay,
Oh.
we'll be back in 5 minutes.
And I won't be like Dylan. He was 2 minutes late last time.
Yeah. Well, Galo's not here.
Wow. 20% chances.
I believe so.
Okay. Lights on, so.
Okay.
So,
All right, we're back here, and the last department head we've got left is county clerk.
Okay, so the first, I put question marks by all of these because this is your budget, and I just, I put numbers in here, but that's why I put the question marks, because that's, so the 90,480, that is based on your current salaries. We haven't been spending a lot on the contractual. That is where the, training, mileage, those kind of things come out of. And, we haven't been spending a lot of it there, so I potentially dropped that a couple thousand.
Okay.
The commodities, I left the same. That's like any supplies that we utilize for
Okay.
you. And then capital outlay, I left the same. Now, I did not budget in for any kind of a audiovisual project in here. I don't know what that cost would be. I think you could use ARP funds for that, the American Rescue Plan. Those federal fund, COVID monies you could use for that. Could also, so I didn't put any large capital projects on this line item.
So I don't know how the rest of the commission feels, but I think, it's here. I'd like to see it, make it easy for you to operate, stuff like, for some system to be the easiest way to operate. I mean, I don't know what the rest of the commission feels. That's just my feelings. Are you?
You know, I think I'm the guilty party in the beginning, because I was talking about GoToMeeting. Is GoToMeeting the way you want to keep it? Or Zoom, a different avenue? Well, I know a lot of people have been using Zoom. They can raise their hand on Zoom. So you can see it, and there's not this comment section. And then you can allow them to speak after they raise their hand. I'm just throwing it out there. There's some other things there, and then like Zoom, hold your space bar to speak, like your mic. You can shut your mic off. There's pros and cons to both. I just ease of access. I mean, if this is gets me out, I don't want to change it.
Well, I think he's talking about hardware.
Well, yeah, I know he's talking about sound, but
I mean, everything, the camera, the whole setup here is, how do we want to, you know, we're here every week.
Yeah.
And so.
I mean, do you want the audience to be on too, you know?
and what I've seen in other locations, what they used with their Sparks or COVID money that they've had, everything's running about that 20 to 30,000 mark for a quality system.
And Hillsborough did a plus system. didn't
Oh
they?
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they spent a lot of money.
Yeah, that's it.
City Council did there?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, they got 3 monitors.
They used Spark money
Yeah.
from us.
This is what
It's
we're
just
talking
trying to
about
remember that.
too.
What is our limitations the way we are now?
It's just cumbersome. There's a lot of pieces and parts trying to work together
And so if we upgrade, that can all be
and integrated.
integrated.
Are you sure, or is it just the controls that we need to upgrade?
Most of it. all
I think
goes
I would need to research and probably go see what they are doing, what platform they're on, how they're
Yeah.
doing it. I did have, I had Gene Winkler come in here because I feel like if we do keep this, even if we do keep this current system, we should have at least 1 or 2 handheld mics. Because when you have people over here commenting, that would make it to where we could just hand them a
Yeah,
microphone
hold on.
and they wouldn't have to
Yeah.
come sit over here.
The system that they have is a mic in the ceiling. It picks up the whole thing. There's no mics really. And you can hear everything. And then their monitor is,
I was gonna say, does it go around too?
yeah, their monitor is out in front of them with the camera on it. So as you're looking up at the monitor, you're looking at the camera, so it looks like you are interacting with the people that are on the outside.
Oh.
You know, just little things. I mean, not anything bad. It's just right now, you know, we're looking this way and everybody's looking at us this way. Yeah.
Well, we've always had the issue about, hey, can't hear you, you're not
Yeah.
speaking in the
Yeah.
mic, lean forward.
Yeah.
I mean, if there could be a centralized mic that just picked up everybody, to me, that would be maybe
So it's
the
a
one
matter
main
of
issue.
whether you want to add it to this budget or whether you
Right.
wanted just to do it if we can get the federal funding, to pay for it.
Get the federal if we can.
It depends on what other kind of plans you have for those funds, as we move
Well,
forward.
it sounds like we're not allowed to use it on roads.
You're
We're not
not.
allowed to use it for a building.
No.
It's gonna be something in the future, you can't go
And
back
it
to
also
the
has
past.
to be
We're gonna have to
COVID
use it.
related. It has to be able to be tied to COVID.
Right.
And so upgrading this room for better accessibility would qualify. There's also a few other projects that the county is gonna need to be looking at that, I don't know if I'll just wait and tell you at the very end or after I've done all the rest of these, but there's some things coming up
Right.
that could potentially be funded partially through those funds as well.
Yeah.
So,
Do we need to mark them on the board first?
Yes.
They will need to. Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm not the person to make any decisions on this, but like what Kent's question is I think we'd just like to get it easy and accessible and put out a good product to the public so that they don't get, if they wanna get on and watch this way, that they can, so, yeah. That's what I'm after. And whatever's out there, I'm not the person to make that decision, you know, that, because I don't know what's out there.
Well, I don't know. And that's what I'm asking her, because I'm not running it.
Well, because we did this in a hurry.
Yeah.
Yes, we've done what we've got to do to get it by.
Yeah.
But you wouldn't need the redundance camera, would you? If you,
Not if you have the right system.
yeah.
Yes.
So,
It just, you get what you pay for.
There's also a security camera that could be placed in here that we could even use for streaming, and we could turn it on and off as part of the security upgrade. That wouldn't even have to be, yeah.
yeah, the more we could incorporate together, the better.
And why have two cameras up there if you're gonna, you know, if your security and everything could be in one, over to wherever we need to be.
Right.
And so, yeah, Tina, that's stuff I think somebody needs to put a proposal in front of us that has the magical touch to know what we need.
Okay.
Make some decisions.
But you don't want me to put money, to add money in this budget, or do you want to?
Right now,
I think it needs to go, since you just brought in having combined needs, it probably needs to all stay in one location.
Okay.
It's not.
Okay. So anyway, I just reduced this one just slightly on that contractual line item. I think we bumped it up initially because at some point we thought maybe that we would do phones for everybody. That was brought up by the commission.
It
when we
was.
still had 3. And so we bumped it, and then we never did do that, and so. The next one I have is the county clerk. Really, the personnel went up just a tiny bit, and I bumped everything. I bumped down my capital outlay to absorb that, so no overall change. I think for the most part, we are running pretty well at the set levels here. We are gonna need to be replacing some computers in our office, but I also have the county clerk's tech fund that I use to help with those, and we just got a new copier, so.
And that would be where the digitizing would be going, tech fund. So, yeah.
If we did a countywide digitizing project, I would like to see us utilize the federal dollars for that. No department budgeted that in.
Okay.
Because we don't know the cost of it. So.
Digitization would be perfect under ARP.
It would really fit that, and
Same
because it would
security.
potentially make it to where we can make more things available to the public online.
Perfect
And
fit.
so that would definitely fit. Any questions on clerks? Okay. The courthouse, so we had a period of time where I was really struggling to hire a custodian. And so what I ended up doing was supplementing with just keeping 1 employee instead of, we had 2.5 at one time. So I just had 1 employee, and then I supplemented with the contractual workers to help us bridge that. And so I just did a little swap there of I shifted the personnel down and the contractual up. County council.
What is your plan to go ahead though? I mean, are you with present employees or contractual, is it working good for you?
So far, I think it's working fine.
Okay.
I mean, there's always a little bit of, well, who's responsible for what and who's in
Okay.
charge of who, and, so, but I think for the most part, it's gone really well, and I'm satisfied with kind of where we are. County counselor is in this line item. I left it the same because you just approved another year at the same amount. So I have not made any change there. I left everything the same, basically. No increase. Any questions about courthouse?
Anybody? Nope. Don't hear nobody.
Election.
got coming up this year?
This year, we just have municipal city school election. We did not need a primary, so we have one election unless some entity calls a bond election or a special election, which then they would have to reimburse us for. So we have one election in November. I am purchasing those poll pads, so we have not paid for those yet. They should be here this week. So we're replacing all 11 of our poll pads. So that number's not reflected on here. But other than that, there's some legislative changes that have occurred. Right now, they're being litigated, so I don't know what that means as far as what will happen. But I just purchased last year, I had our advanced ballot envelopes redesigned recently, and I just ordered a whole bunch last year. I know we used a lot last year, but we still have a lot. And this legislation will cause us to have to change that envelope again. So the investment is, we'll have to buy new envelopes again, which is unfortunate because in Kansas, really, the laws were very, very good for election. I think it's just kind of a knee-jerk reaction. So there may be some additional expense there. So in 2022, we have a state national election. So it's governor, all the state offices, some of the federal legislative offices. So it's a bigger election again next year. And so I need to maintain at least the current level of funding to make sure that we have the amount in the budget for next year that we need to do that.
For an election, though, you have one full-time employee?
Yes.
And the rest is?
And part of my, I have a portion of my salary that comes out of election.
Okay.
And then I did budget for a part-time. We did use a sorry about that. We did use a part-time, you might remember we had a part-time helper last year, and then I also had a part-time intern, but a lot of the year we didn't have a full-time election person because Marcy left. And it took a while for me to get someone in there. We didn't get anybody in there until.
Yeah, I wondered how come this one got upside down.
Yeah, sorry.
Shift control.
Plus.
Shift control what?
There we go.
Shift control plus, and then shift control plus. So right there together, those two.
Plus?
And then hit plus plus.
Okay. And plus.
There we go.
Okay. Anyway, so I do have a part-time intern in there for next year, in case we need. I just really don't know what to expect as far as how many mail ballots we'll have. There was a huge shift last year. People didn't want to come and vote in person, and so we had a 400% increase on how many people mailed their ballot in or came and dropped it off. And so it took extra staff time to process those.
What's gonna happen with the early voting and you had it set up in the hallway and a lot of people come?
We'll do that again.
Will that be available? Okay.
Yes.
It seems like I've heard a lot about that, where people can come in here and vote.
Yeah, that has expanded a lot over since 2014 when I kind of had my first election. That has changed a lot since that time frame, and people like to vote early.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah, most people have got their mind made up already. There's only a few that wait down the wire.
so anyway, I didn't change my budget at all. I left it basically exactly the same, but I would request that depending on how the mill levy and everything goes, I would not want it reduced, just because we need to maintain that funding level to be able to adequately run a larger election. This year will be small, and so something else that I didn't put in here that really needs to be accomplished though is preparing digital mapping of our precincts. So right now we just have paper maps, and we do have GIS as far as our tax units that we did a few years ago. And what I need to do and would like to do is to add a layer for all the election districts. So precincts all the way up, like for our Kansas rep districts, all the school board districts, and the positions. And
that's the one that's hardest to make sense, is the Kansas rep. That's a
well,
weird
there'll be a
line.
new one. I mean, the census, we probably won't know until September, and then have to figure it out quickly, and then put it in to be able to do our November election based on the census that was just performed, and those numbers are gonna be late. We've been informed that those district lines are gonna be late getting to us. So that's.
As a legislature sets that up.
Yes, and in 2012, we had the issue of they couldn't agree, and so finally a judge made the districts, and that was like at the 11th hour, and then people had to begin voting almost immediately, so it's gonna be tricky. But I do need to develop a digital map of those precincts and districts in Marion County. It's something, the Secretary of State's office always asks us for that, and we always provide our paper, but it's gonna get to a point where they are going to accept that, and it's just gonna be easier for the public to be able to see who's in what, you know, where the district lines are, so.
Any idea on the cost?
No, not at this point. But again, increasing the accessibility, you know, this type of a digitization project could potentially be funded there. But depending on the cost, I may be able to cover it out of the election budget as well.
The GIS overlays just seem like the way to go.
Yeah.
Just, yeah. That way you go online, you go to the website, pull it up.
Update the webpage. Update the website.
Oh, the website's amazing. Yeah, that new website's awesome.
Right, and so if I have digital precinct map, they could, you know, somebody could, you know, click on their election information and then click on their, pull up their, what districts and what area that covers, you know. We would be able to integrate that into the website, so. So, like I said, I didn't add that on here because I don't know a cost, but I would make it, what I need to do is just start getting information on what that would be. And then I would have to start gathering the official information from all the, you know, all the entities as far as their current boundary lines to make sure that we have everything set up right, so.
Worst one in Marion County, the school district.
Right, the school districts are tricky.
Yes. Yeah, then you got a bubble in here from Hillsborough and a bubble in there from Peabody.
This is what we were.
Anyway, sorry, Tina.
No, that's fine.
Just some of the stuff I just seen through this last filing that everybody was looking into. Wow. Seeing some of the maps I've never seen before.
Yeah, the maps are interesting, aren't they?
Yeah.
But I don't foresee any new equipment or anything. The poll pads being updated was
I guess I'd
as
like
far as I
to-
know, is all I would need.
Just ask the commission, where do you want to be with that setup so we know whether to put it in the budget? I mean, do we want to go to the $25,000-$30,000 mark and put it on the budget for a system in here? And then,
I thought we should let the government pay for it.
well, okay.
Well, but
yeah.
but still having ideas of costs, either way,
Yeah,
if we
I
add
mean,
it to the budget or.
Is that where we want to be? Go ahead and get some estimates for something, and then do we want to put it in this room? I don't think we're going to be moving very soon. So, I mean, it's not a very big room, but that was brought up too, size of the room and things like that. So I'm just asking where we want to be so she knows where we're at with it.
Definitely time to explore it, see where we're at. Cost a lot.
Well, it's the other money, which I don't know what all it goes to, but she's talking about, but that might be it.
I don't know, we still put it in our budget, get funding to do it. We can do it, right? We don't have to. Or if we're planning for it ahead of time, then all of a sudden we're committed to use our own funds.
Well, when we had the CARES money, there were things that it was basically to cover items that were where we were, it was items that weren't budgeted because of COVID. And I haven't seen, you know, as far as budgeting the items in our budget and then applying it to these other funds, I'm not sure if we're able to do that. We weren't able to do that with CARES money, with the SMART money. So if this has that same sort of stipulation on it, I need to double check that, yeah.
And then security system, are you bringing that up here?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead.
All right, so are you finished with the election? I'm kind of just making some notes over here. The last thing that I put in here was just for you to review. This is the community corrections. We pay a portion of their insurance, and that comes, and this just shows you our estimated cost for next year as $4,301.
Yeah.
And we pay that out of the general fund. So some other things that are gonna be coming up. We currently are, with our phone system, with the county, are on what's called Plexar. It's copper lines. It's really reliable, it's great. But we have been being pushed by our vendor for many years to switch to a different platform because they're not gonna keep supporting it. And so there's a big push for us to go to the voice over IP internet phones, which I have resisted because I wanna make sure that we still have phone service if our internet goes down. Because in most.
You don't.
Right, I know.
Your 911 didn't work either.
So, well, 911 has to have their own kind of redundancies, but, so I've resisted that, and I'm gonna continue to resist it as long as I
Who
can.
wants you to do that?
The vendor that we have those lines through is not gonna support them,
The phone system recorder?
not the system itself, the lines, the actual phone lines, the copper phone lines in the ground.
Yeah.
AT&T?
Yeah, so if you break your, well, not even if you just break your line, they may not even continue to the pedestal.
Right. So there's a huge push to go to the voice over IP. We've had multiple vendors, you know, kind of putting some pressure on the county to switch. And at some point, we probably will have to switch because we won't be able to keep what we have. Or the vendor is gonna bump the price up so high that it's not gonna be feasible to keep it. So just
one
one.
thing it does away with long distance charges. Didn't cost to call out of state anymore.
Right, I'm sure there's pros and cons, and in the voice over IP phone service is is getting reasonable, you know, and then also they're talking about fiber and just all kinds of different things, but our phone system that we bought, and it's not that old.
Nope.
Will not support voice over IP. And so, not only would we have to make a switch, but we would probably have about a $20,000 to $30,000 expense to change the phone system again.
Yeah, it's servers, additional servers to handle the wave system.
There's also, there's ways to, you know, forward your calls if the internet goes down. They're saying, all the vendors that have contacted us say, that's your backup, you know, and to me, that's really not good enough, you know, for a government and for when we're providing emergency services and all kinds of things.
I think another advantage, you can take the phone home with you and plug it in. You can work off-site.
Yeah, I mean, there's pros and cons to it. I just want you to know that maybe even by the end of next year, we may have to do something, so.
Yeah, just thinking. We have a fire alarm system in the building?
We have an alarm on the elevator.
I was gonna say, 'cause
You see somebody run toward the door, don't ask, just follow them.
yeah. No, I didn't follow them because they probably did something wrong. Because if you have a fire alarm, and you have a monitor system, it's almost a state requirement, not a state fire marshal, that you keep a hard
200
line.
degrees. This stuff flashes at 50 degrees.
So
They
then
said,
you can't.
if it ever starts a fire, you tap it. First
Well, we
on
can,
the shoulder, keep running.
they'll provide a
If they
plain
can't
old
catch
telephone
on,
line.
'cause it'll
They
load
call them
the whole
POTS
block.
lines, plain old telephone service, but they're very
We got
expensive
locked up
too.
pretty good, but still,
And we could keep a few of
kind of a
those.
joke.
And at certain locations, we would
So
have to
like
probably
hell,
keep
'cause
those,
it's
but
gonna take the whole
the
block
main
down.
line where we do most of our business, that's what they're wanting, you know,
We're
they're
good for
wanting
cleaning
stuff.
Then you'll integrate all your faxes and your copiers, and everything will be just through an IP and it's all tied. So you
So
can
not put it on a
build
bonfire
and use
and
anybody
have
else's
Jesus
stuff.
And
You got fire.
fire,
Well, I knew
fire
it back up, but I
warnings,
wouldn't.
no, fire warning system be tied to a security system? If we put in a security system, could it?
Through a relay, yeah, through a NAC panel. But
There's lots of ways to make all your different things communicate if you have the right,
money and
the right framework. Okay, so that's one. And then the other one is, I mentioned it to you maybe once or twice, that about the security information. So the technology committee has been working and looking at costs to replace cameras because our camera system is getting outdated. And so in that discussion, it also turned to, well, how can we integrate actual security with that? It's not just a camera, but like door controls and those sorts of things. So we did have a group that came and they made a presentation, and they basically looked at what our existing structure is, what kinds of things could maybe work together, and how to provide the access control and the cameras together to where we could build on it, and to build an actual framework of, you know, to be able to carry whatever system we want to put in now or later. And so if we went, so what they presented was just they didn't present any like specific item by item numbers. You know, we would need to do an RFP to get bids for that. But I did get like a general overall amount to do access control on all the exterior doors of this building, replace all our existing cameras and add cameras to like exterior cameras and some other areas that they recommended cameras to be. And that to do all of that, like a high level number that they gave, including building the framework and cabling, was like, it's like $200,000. Mm-hmm. So of course, if we just replaced and added cameras, it'd be cheaper. If you don't want it to communicate with anything else, and then that's not really evaluating other locations, but if we had the framework in place, it's very easy and inexpensive to add other locations to have cameras on. And so we could easily add a camera or multiple cameras at our outlying locations, which right now, they can't really connect with us for security because of the distance. And that could be, so there's some I'm not gonna go in depth or anything as far as specifics on that, but until we have more information. But I've been kind of trying to wait for some information to come in to where maybe we could look at getting an RFP to see what that looks like. So I don't know if you know, at some time, like, well, during COVID, we went to one door for a time period. We did lock everything. We made everybody come in one entrance so we could screen. And if we had to do that in the future, this kind of a system would allow it. And also we can set it to automatically open, close the building at set times. We can do access control. We can know who's coming in at different times. And so that's what the whole package included. It wasn't just, you know, so they included a lot of capabilities in that we may or may not want right now. But
once you take the step, that's usually your initial high dollar.
Right.
Everything else that you add on is a few $100, a few $1,000.
Right.
It's not bad after you just make that big step.
Right, and that's basically what we would have then, would be a framework. And then if you ever decided that you wanted to lock down interior doors, you would have framework that you could add to do that. I don't know that we'll ever get, I mean, I hope we don't ever get to that here. But, I mean, we do have some areas of the building where we have that in place and we do need it, so.
Mm-hmm. There are.
Right.
Look at the airlines right now, people are just losing it.
Yeah, yeah.
Look at over
On
here,
planes, yeah.
they're just losing it. I don't know.
But anyway, that doesn't include like access control for any of the interior doors at this point, beyond what we already have. But that would get you a framework to work from, to be able to integrate the access controls and a camera system that's much more extensive than what we have.
I guess the whole thing to me is I'd like to move ahead, try something and move ahead, but I hate to go buy something, then by the time you move to second step, it's out of date. You know, I mean,
It's that way with anything.
Yeah, I guess it's that way with anything.
And that
but-
is one thing that the person that presented this, the company that presented it, they said they want to really try to build something to where you have the framework you need to be able to, you're gonna have to upgrade the technology
okay.
over time, but putting in the right kind of framework to allow you to have several upgrades without having to redo everything. That's the way they planned it and the way that they look at it when this particular vendor that we heard from, so, anyway. Just something to put on your radar there, and we're gonna want some direction as far as, you know, how you want us to move forward
With that?
bidding that.
We'll have to pay for that, right?
Well, not necessarily.
Okay.
I mean, if you're doing access, restricting access, or wanting to have the ability to restrict access, that can be tied to our current situation.
Okay.
Yeah, we've heard from our judge now for
Yes.
over a year and a half, and
Yeah,
we kind of dropped.
that was just security, that's COVID. This is actually COVID, so we can actually.
But, you know, like he said, we're the only one that's not secure in district court.
Well, right, and that's not saying we couldn't add a person too, but this vendor, when they did come, they actually took time and talked with the district court folks and talked with the judge about specific things that they would want, and they included that in what they presented as an overall. So, I don't have a copy of any of that. That was just a presentation that we heard, so. I'm gonna, when I do get some information, I'll provide it to the board.
Yeah, new judge starting in September.
Where'd he say he was going? Retired?
He's retired.
He's retired.
I kept hearing Supreme Court.
Oh,
no.
They tap him and move him up?
No.
He's gonna start a mediation.
Oh. Anyway,
He's gonna
sorry.
retire.
I think the reason that he referenced them was because they're the ones that he has to submit his resignation to.
But any judge you get now, or new judge, probably is gonna say this is the one place that lacks.
So I know there are other projects out there that we need to be thinking of, but I just wanted to put on the radar for you that the phones is probably gonna be an upcoming thing that we're gonna have to do before too long.
Storage building.
And that doesn't fit into this. Because right now, we're talking about all these items that could fit into the
Right,
American
well,
Rescue Plan.
Dave didn't put it up there, I'm gonna have to see what's wrong
Oh,
with
he
that.
didn't?
the storage building?
Yeah. I don't see it up there.
Just another add-on.
There's another add-on, storage building.
Hey, a lot of it's on there.
Yeah.
Security, audio,
Storage.
video, phones is not on there.
Where's it at?
CIP,
Oh, okay.
but it's just storage.
Yeah, storage, okay, yeah.
So,
Tina, thank you.
Anyway.
And a big thank you for where we're at right today to get through this budget. We've got a lot of work yet to do. Are you, got any more business?
no, just one other thing is the elevator at some point is gonna need some updates, and that won't be cheap either. Right now, I think we're okay, but at some point, we're gonna need to.
I mean,
Probably done.
like cables and stuff.
They still have a maintenance contract.
Yeah, we
But
do.
at some point, they may say there's no maintenance.
Hydraulic, or is it cables, pulleys? Don't know.
I can find out for
No,
you.
no, don't worry about that.
I do not know the inner
I know
workings
it's
of the
that guy
elevator.
up there that cranks the clock, has to stand up there. and-
How does Mike Hurst get anything done down there in the appraiser's office?
I don't know, after I did that one day, I was ready to go home.
That's a hard job.
I do have one other item that's come up that I would like to run by the commission. And I had a notice to go by Washington Street, or no, I think the street behind the transfer station.
Yeah.
And, so
Washington, Santa Fe.
Yeah, okay. And, when I went by there, the other person had told me about a whole bunch of saran wrap.
Oh,
Shrink wrap.
And it is terrible. I mean, but it's all clear around from the side, west side, all the way around to the east side. And we know that we've got a shortage of people there. We know we've got maybe some people that's not gonna get any stuff like that picked up. Would the commission be interested in advertising for a person just to pick trash up down there for 3 hours a day, or 2 hours a day, or every other day, or?
Couldn't you get some community service
That's
people?
what I'm.
There's gotta be.
No, they did away with that.
No more?
There's no more parole officers to handle that.
But, I'm just, something, it is.
Set him off.
Could've got an ad on, need a longer board now.
But I'm just asking what, you know, because it's ugly. And I want to thank that person for saying something, because I hadn't seen it, so I drove by.
Oh, don't leave that. Phone system, plus Zoom, plus
That's all.
plus your access controls.
Out of ink?
Yep.
I noticed he takes the marker with him. So we're not allowed to put anything.
Nobody else can put it on there.
It's his board.
He's the only one that can. He couldn't read our writing and started scratching on there.
We'll have to get permanent markers.
If Tina
What-
says to
what does
put it
anybody-
up, I'll
what does
put it
anybody
up.
think about that?
I think we've gotta have some kind of program to keep the place clean.
Yeah.
Whether it's either gonna be on the south side or the north side.
And while I was down there, this is the other problem that I encountered down there. While I was down there, here come the Hillsborough trash truck. I'm not saying just because Hillsborough is any trash truck. Here it comes down Washington Street, coming from the west, coming east, and it's this wide with dirt, 100 feet wide both sides. I don't want to stir up the Marion, but yet if I would live, Marion people, but if I lived down there, I would be upset with that too. What I'm getting at is, do we need to get with the city of Marion and ask for a route, or see how we can work with them and get some, that place is so dusty and dirty with that limestone rock. Do we need 100 loads of hard rock? Some of the limestone rock that's out of Lincolnville and Durham, that instead of sitting out in a pile, needed on our transfer station. I'm just suggesting something to help for dirt control.
Why does he have to come in that way?
They all come in that way because that's how they load up on the scale.
Yeah, they come in on the scale.
They have to go in the back way.
Yeah. And so.
And plus, it keeps the weight, most of the weight off of Santa Fe, so they're not in trouble for running a paved road.
But I would be interested in putting some sort of rock or some millings or something on that. And then all the way around our transfer station too, to keep some dust and dirt down. I'm asking for that, or looking at that, just because I've seen it and watched it, and it's ugly. And then trash too. I mean, that trash was ugly down there. So
I don't know how you're gonna find somebody though. You can't get any kids to even patch a hole.
We do need some rock down there, I think. That's just my opinion. There's some sinkholes and some stuff settling.
Or
Yeah.
two kids to patch holes for the highway department. Somebody said they wanted more.
So.
County or the state?
County.
We did last one.
Huh?
If you can get somebody.
They haven't quit, but
Let's
they
advertise.
said they like to sit around.
Is it all right if we advertise for every other day for 3 hours a day or something, pick up trash, or for half a day every other day for anybody over 16? I don't know. Is that another problem for Josh? For Josh that he's not around? I mean, is that another problem that somebody would have to report to the people down there? I don't know what they would do.
Are you stepping over your department head? I mean, you really want to hire someone part-time for Tina, without talking to Tina first? I'm just asking.
Well,
Chain of command.
I'm not getting the job done. I'm not getting the job done, so I'm gonna have to get the job done somehow, Dave.
My guess is you keep fall under Josh somewhere.
Yeah, I know he would. But what I'm getting at is Josh is not, he's
Right.
busy, he's driving a truck, and right now that might not be the right thing to do. I mean, I'm just throwing out some ideas to get something, because if we don't get something done, I know what's gonna happen. We're gonna be under the gun by some other people.
Well, yeah, I've already been called there a couple times to look at the trash out on the north side.
Well, keep it in mind, guys, I'm open for anything.
In the summer, it's kind of on the side nobody sees unless you drive around there.
Yeah. So keep it open and,
But we do need to gravel that road on the north side. I mean, the city wants, the county wants to.
I think we should, I really do, I think it ought to be the hard rock.
There's that whole block there on the backside.
Well, whether we
Like
do
brush
worship
concrete on it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm.
Don't use our hard rock.
I'm good with crushed concrete on it. Oh, you're talking about crushed concrete?
Yeah, just, we got all that.
Well.
Put some crushed concrete on
I'm
it.
not talking about that crushed building, crushed concrete.
You're not gonna take the south shop stuff, okay? Well, let's keep it on our mind, cause I wanna help get that stuff taken care of down there.
It's gonna take some of that and some sand,
And some sand and stuff, too.
if you're gonna do that route.
Just some sand, period.
The sand would help a whole bunch right
Yeah.
now.
Okay. No, I'll talk to Josh after this and see what he's got any ideas. Yeah, but I agree, Dave. I mean, I'm not trying to step over, but I'm not hearing that.
That's, they'll prefer to talk to Josh first and then.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, he's the department head.
Yeah.
And if he's not getting it done, that's the one to be talking to.
Okay. All righty, I make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
Forgot that.
Aye.
Good thing no one's listening.